Good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for the second day of Group A action. Before we preview what's to come, let's remind ourselves of how things unfolded yesterday when it was the chuck of Berry that proved to be significant as he currently tops the table with 15 games played. Here's Henry with the highlights.
Ryan Harrington put in some really strong performances on his debut day at the Super Series. However, results are hard to come by. He goes into the second day bottom of the table, having only picked up 2 points from his opening salvo. As for the Lancashire Lisa Ashton, she won the last game of the day against Harrington to pick up a couple of points for herself. It's a 5th spot after the opening day's play. There are some really promising performances from Jack Vincent on the opening day's action, although he'll feel as if he should have got more than 4 points. As for the hillbilly James Hurrell, he finds himself 3 and 2 following the opening day's play in Group A. His finishing was more than on point. As for Jacob Taylor, the Canadian was unflappable. He won 3 of his 5 matches on Monday at the Super Series, which included some good finishing and sheer consistency. But nobody could pip Barry Van Peer, the highest finish of the day. He won every game in the day and he's top of the table on 10 points.
Yeah, sublime standard over the course of yesterday's action. What would you say are the main things we learnt from day one?
I think what we learned is that Barry Van Peer's in a very good place. His level of play yesterday was extraordinary, and it was so good that he made debutant Jacob Taylor look less impressive. And the fact of the matter is, Jacob Taylor averaging 94 for the day with 47% on his doubles for a debut day was extraordinary in itself, but it was overshadowed by the brilliance of Barry Van Peer. Yeah,
let's have a look at some of the numbers then from the opening day of action here in Group A. Some fantastic finishing, as you said, and that's backed up because the checkout rate there over 41%, which, as you can see, is a record here at the Super Series, and that was helped out largely by James Hurrell, who went 4 out of 4 in 2 of his matches.
Yeah, that was an amazing effort from James yesterday, considering he wasn't feeling 100%, and the resilience he showed was very inspiring. But when you look at the kind of day we had overall, I was doing the numbers with Henry this morning, and we were just looking at the doubles percentages thinking, that's incredible, that's incredible. Wow, that was really good too. And you realise that the record was broken yesterday, and it was spectacular stuff.
Yeah, Van Peer, do you expect that he'll be able to replicate that level today? Because the bookies now have him as joint favourite at 3-1 with Leonard Gates to actually win the entire week. No surprise to see that he's still the favourite to go on and win Group A as well. Do you expect him to replicate that level today?
I would. I think he's someone who felt very comfortable yesterday with a really big challenge, and the challenge now is to try and stretch his legs a little bit. He could have this group in his hands, in the bag, by the end of the day if he pushes really hard. And if he pushes hard and gets to maybe 18 to 20 points after 2 days, then he might be able to relax on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, Jacob Taylor, as you could see, they're 7-1 now to win the group. Do you think there's any value in backing that?
There is a little bit, but it does depend on the first couple of rounds today. With a 4-point gap at the top, Barry's very comfortable. But it's up to the guys in the chasing pack to make hay in the first couple of rounds. Otherwise, Van Peer will be in the distance.
He certainly will. Right then, let's have a look at your ACCA for this. Here's the Assets ACCA for today's play, and it returns over 14-1. You've gone for a big treble today.
Yeah, might as well go for the big one. Why not? Van Peer and Taylor, I think there was a really good amount of 180s from them yesterday. And when they do go up against each other in the middle of the session, just get the feeling that over 2.5 at 7-4 is excellent value. Vincent against Ashton, most 180s Vincent. I think that's probably fair, considering, you know, Lisa's got great strengths, but maybe 180s is not one of her biggest strengths. We tend to look at finishes like that 110 from yesterday, which was absolutely brilliant, by the way. And Harrington versus Van Peer, the handicap betting there, obviously Van Peer being so strong, and where Harrington is in the table right now, that's why we've picked that one. So 14 and a bit to 1. Big price, but you never know.
Yeah, a word on Jack Vincent as well then, because when you look at his form on the Challenge Tour, very up and down. He's capable of putting in those big numbers, but he does drop off quite a considerable amount. Probably a reflection of what we saw yesterday from him as well.
Yeah, I think that's fair, but I think what he's shown us yesterday is a level that we maybe didn't expect this week. I thought he would hover at around about an 84, 85 average, but it was a little bit better than that yesterday, and I think if he can take that confidence and understand what he was doing right yesterday, he could cause people problems again.
Yeah, and a word on Ryan Harrington, who is in action in our first game against Lisa Ashton. It's a repeat, of course, of our final game yesterday. A significant drop-off from him in this one yesterday. What does he need to do, and how does he work to ensure that he doesn't have that drop-off today?
I think the biggest thing for him to remember is that he played pretty well in the first 4 games yesterday, and I think when it came to Game 5 against Lisa, he was just so fed up of losing tight games and losing tight situations that it just affected him when it came to the final match. And it is a discipline playing 5 games over a course of a 5-hour spell. So I think he'll start better today against Lisa, and hopefully he can take the form that he had in the first couple of games, especially from yesterday, into the early play.
Right then, let's have a look before we tuck into today's action at Henry's Tuesday Tungsten Teaser. No, I'm not Henry Deacon, but I'm still going to run you through this one anyway. And it is, name the 5 Super Series players to have the letter Z in their name. A really, really intriguing one. How many have you got? Don't give the answers away, but how many have you got?
I've got 2. And I've been here since the very start. I mean, that is a really, really puzzling one. And that's got 2 Zs in it, Henry, so does that count?
Yeah, get your answers into us at MSS Darts on Twitter, and we'll be reading out some of your answers before revealing all 5 names a little bit later on in the show. Our first game then, as we mentioned, Lisa Ashton in action against Ryan Harrington. Your predictions for this one?
I think it's going to be tight. I think it's 7 legs.
There we go. Splinters for Nico. Henry, back over to you.
Very good morning, Abby. Very good morning, everyone. Welcome to Moving Day here at the MODUS Super Series. Tuesday represents the jump, the shift, and where the players are going to be positioned as they jostle for Group A glory. Well, it's Barry Van Peer, the man who's peerless at the top of the table overnight. On his debut day, he won all 5 games. But what will day 2 bring? Well, Ryan Harrington put in some real good performances on his first day at the MODUS Super Series. But unfortunately, he was at the bottom of the table. He did tail off. It was an anomalic performance against Lisa Ashton in the final game of yesterday's session. Ashton winning this game by 4 legs to 0. She put in some good performances. Everybody played well yesterday, it has to be said. It was a really good day's worth of action. So what we're going to see from day 2? Well, Dane McNamara had the pleasure of calling 28 maximums yesterday, and he is our referee once again 55. Today. Paul Nicholson is alongside me once again in the commentary box. We're looking forward to today, aren't we?
Very much so, Henry. I think
85.
Yesterday, when we look back on it, it truly was an absolutely sensational day, and it's easy for us to sit here and say that. But that word record
66.
next to that doubles percentage that we saw on the graphic at the top of the show, it doesn't lie. And the fact that the action was over by around 1:50 in the afternoon tells you that the standard was excellent. It was a fast, accurate, and very fun day.
I'm not saying the session was quick, but Paul Nicholson was back in time to enjoy an episode of Dickinson's Real Deal.
No, that was you, Henry, not me. Don't try and sell me down the river.
60.
When you were tucking into that TV show, I was ironing my clothes for the rest of the week.
Well, I was watching Cash in the Attic.
117.
Well, one thing Ryan Harrington wants today is to maybe have just a better day. When you're at the foot of the table, your ambitions for Group A do change. He's 8 points behind Barry Van Peer. All he wants to do is get a better start
95. At least you require 1.
and give himself a chance of maybe getting top 3. And he's going to get a look at 70 for the first leg.
Ryan, you require 70.
He's going to choose double 16.
38. At least you require
And it was those
71.
little battles that he was losing yesterday. Oh. Well, 17 leaves 54. That leaves 26.
45.
I thought you was going to do it again, Henry, with a double-double that was very unnecessary.
Game shot on the first leg.
But Harrington does find the double 16 to hold in the first leg.
I was mentioning on your way down from the balcony, this was the anomaly performance from Ryan Harrington yesterday. It was the outlier in terms of his performance. When he came in overnight following that session, of course he'd be disappointed with the league position, but he can't in any way be disappointed about the way that he played.
No, I don't think he should be disappointed with the way he played at all. His overall average for the day was 86.31.
58.
And on some days, that's good enough to lead a table after one day. But the only reason that came down to that level is that he averaged 62 in the game against Ashton in game 15. So overall, he played pretty well.
97.
And his doubles percentage at 35%. Let's face it, that's above average in all of the matches we've ever had here. So he hasn't done much wrong. But this is maybe a stronger group than we gave it credit for yesterday.
We scoured through the statistics this morning, and when we went through the double stats, we just looked at each other, and to be honest, at one point we just had to chuckle at the marvel over the brilliance of it.
60.
We'll talk more about that when Barry Van Peer plays and when Jacob Taylor plays. But honestly, I don't remember many better days than yesterday from an individual perspective from the top two.
125. Alicia Roy 106.
Triple 18. We left herself a dart at double 16 to win the second leg. So Harrington now for the opportunity to obtain the breaker throw.
You see, we're looking at the bullseye, and he was going for his dad's shot.
48.
He hit that 125 that way at the World Match Play once, very famously.
16.
And now he goes for 43. But did you see that he had a little smile on his face when he went for that 125? We remember, Ryan, just like you do, I'm sure. Brilliant. 2-0.
Ryan Harrington.
He's not going to be bageled this time by the four-time world champion. In fact, he may return the favour early here.
Third leg Ryan to Hurrell.
This is what I would classify as steady on a Tuesday morning.
The sort of performance that you're going to put in at around about 9:30 in the morning, you can be content with, and something to
45.
build upon as the day goes on. Mind if you are tuning into us here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, that Group C and B is going to be a little bit different from now on. Group C will now take place at 1 o'clock on a Thursday and Friday. So the players who do drop in won't have what Chris Mason would like to call the red eye shift of playing 5 consecutive morning sessions. They will get that little bit more rest and recuperation time before the 1 o'clock start. But Ryan Harrington doesn't want to be there. He wants to be, well, he wants to be in Saturday's final automatically, but it looks as if his Route 2 there, we try and get through Group B. That'll be his hope. Play the 3 from 5 player group.
The only people who want to be in Group C, make no mistake, are Martin Thomas, Stu Wilson and Mike Huntley, because that's their only chance of qualifying this week. Anybody in Group A does not want to be in Group C, because it means that you have failed in more ways than one in this first group of Week 8. We are well past the halfway point for qualifying for the Super Series 3 Champions Week. People trying to do what Conan Whitehead did last year and what Raymond Smith did earlier this year.
57. Alicia Roy 121.
106 with 2 cannot be completed, but it can be set up very well. That's exactly what Lisa's done there. Her doubles yesterday were okay at 29%. She did miss a few key chances, but I've seen people have a lot worse than 29%. That is much better. A 16 darter to get herself back in this match.
They've just kind of tiptoed in different directions now, haven't they? Just having a look at the score in Power Pack. Lisa Ashton, 5 140 plus throws so far in this match, and is just stepping up a gear a little bit here.
Where do you get those scoring power packs, Henry? I'd like to
41.
get one of those. And more specifically, I'd like to go back in time about 10 years and use one.
This is a scoring power pack.
140.
Yeah, that's pretty good from Ashton, isn't it? 140 pluses, 6 of them now, and Harrington's got none.
58.
That is a warning sign, I would say, because if she can maintain this, you get the feeling that pressure is imminent.
100.
She's been very straight so far.
$134. Lazy require 161.
Her average has climbed by a good 10 points, and Harrington's has dropped by about 10.
82.
It's as if we've gone into the upside down on Stranger Things. Things have changed.
84.
Bad dart from Ryan.
79.
Well short on the single 18 or treble, which would have left a finish. Meaning Ashton has got 6 from here.
59.
And she does need that second visit. Which she did hit double 10 yesterday on a rather comical 110 checkout, which I'm sure I'll never forget. Or indeed, she will never forget. Treble 20, double 15, double 10. And there's double 10 again for 2-2.
That one a bit more conventional, but 2 apiece here. But the game really has swung in Lisa Ashton's favour. Ryan Harrington did get off to a strong start, but he just receded over the last couple of legs. This match is seesawed in the direction of the 4-time world champion. But it is Harrington who has the darts in 2 of the 3 remaining legs we have here.
Just so our viewers are aware, do you have the answers at hand for the teaser?
100.
Yes.
I don't. And I'm intrigued because I walked through the practice room just on the way down from the balcony, and James Hurrell said to me,
27.
what are these answers? I can only think of 1. And I said, James, I can only think of 2. We're all puzzled.
There's 1 or 2, you think.
100.
How did I not get that?
Ah, it's one of those. Okay.
It's one of them.
So it's not just the people at home who are trying to get involved in this. The players are trying to think of it as well.
140.
A couple of weeks ago, we had Neil Duff and co here, and they actually sent through a slab of paper from the practice room into the commentary box. It was like Chris Murphy and Chris Mason had to mark their homework.
It's also proof as well that the players do not have access to electronic devices when they're playing. That's part of the rules here at the MODUS Super Series.
48. Lazy require 161.
Had a look at this earlier. And just like before, we'll not get it this time.
41.
I'm sure she hoped for more. This is a massive leg. Harrington was 2-0 up.
45. Lazy require 120.
He's possibly seeing that lead evaporate. And turning into a deficit. Which it is. That's fast fire stuff from Ashton. That's what she's noted for. Remarkably watchable over the years, doing that in such quick time.
To throw first. Game on.
This is decent from Ashton. Her best average yesterday
140.
was 94.93. But, just like Harrington, whose best average was 95.58, they were both losing averages.
140.
Mind you, yesterday was a case of go figure half the time.
60.
My pick for this game was that it would go 7 legs. Right now, Ryan is thinking, yes, please.
34.
But he couldn't pick up off that trebleless visit from Ashton, and look how she responds in kind.
140.
2-1-4, in the leg. 1-6-1 after 9 in a leg that she knew she had the darts in to win the match.
I make that 3 times she's done that now, leaving 1-6-1 after 9.
96. Lazy require 161.
If you think about the times that that's happened, it's when Ryan has not been on a finish as well.
44.
He's got to get a 140 plus here, you feel. . Now, I think that's a bad dart for two reasons.
40.
One, he should have gone
Release your
19s.
choir 117.
And secondly, it landed on the floor.
So it presents
93.
Ashton with 2 visits to the board to clean the match up, and following the first of them, she leaves herself on double 12 to get the job done and to do the double over Harrington. But being the last game of yesterday and the first game of today,
57.
for anybody
Release
else
your
has
choir
played,
24.
she could have put 4 points on the board and really put her in a promising position in the table if she can find the double 12.
Ryan, your choir 134.
Where does he go on the 1-3-4? Where a lot of people are going these days. Treble 18 for two double tops.
52.
So Ashton comes back for double 6 to win 4 straight legs for the second time against Ryan this week.
No score.
A lifeline.
Ryan, your choir 82.
A lifeline that he can't afford to miss.
Game
And he
number
doesn't.
6 leg, Ryan
It doesn't get any
Harrington.
better than that, and we are going 7 legs.
Lisa Ashton has missed 10 darts at double
Seventh and
in
final
this
leg, Ryan
match,
to
a
throw
large
first.
chunk of which,
Game on.
6 of which have been for the match. And it's Harrington who now has the opportunity to serve it out.
100.
I think 15 darter wins this match. And it's easy for me to say that from this chair.
60.
But we haven't seen anything like a 12 darter from Ashton so far today, or indeed yesterday.
54.
So if Ryan can find a 5-visit leg, in every likelihood, job done.
60.
Because with the 2 trebleless visits there, Lisa's not going to get a 12 darter. But you may sense a little bit of
45.
in-game anxiety here because they both had a win percentage of 20% yesterday.
45.
And that means that they haven't got across the line more times than they haven't. Is he thinking, I should have gone 18s with the first dart?
78.
Was he caught in 2 minds there as to what to do? The main thing, Ryan, is that you have got a nice 2 treble lead.
60.
That lead is now only 1 treble, but it's intact with the darts.
100.
That's an excellent ton. Really excellent, that last dart.
And for all the power scoring that she's exuded in this match,
100.
that is the
Ryan,
first big treble that Ashton has
124.
found in this leg. But Harrington now in a similar situation that Ashton was in the last leg. 6 darts from a mid-range finish to see the game through.
50.
I make that 3 times he's gone for that treble 18 and hit some sort of the 4 segment.
60. Ryan, you require
Still
74.
advantage Harrington. One dart for his second win in the group.
54.
And that has
Release
been his
require
miss in this match.
116.
Low.
We've already seen Ashton take out a 120 in this game. Can she find a route, sneak one across into the treble to have a dart at double 18? No, she can't, and so Harrington returns for double 10 to see the job through.
41.
She did have other
Ryan,
options
you
with
require
76
20.
left. She could have gone treble 16 or even treble 12. Double 5. And that's now
15.
10 missed match darts
Release, you
between
require
them.
75.
Lisa has had 6. Ryan has had 4. Pick a route. It's double 18.
39.
Wow, that was
Ryan, you
close.
require 5.
That was pitched to the wire. That's a 7th match start miss from Ashton. This is Harrington's 5th. They
One.
both missed 2 visits
Release, you
worth of match
require
darts now.
36.
And it is
Shot,
Ashton
and
who claims the
Ashton.
point and claims a double over Ryan Harrington, which means she is set fair now in this group. Prior to meeting Harrington, she didn't have a point on the board. Well, she now has 4 of them, and she is handily placed in this Group A table. A 79.32 average was caveated by the fact that there was a plethora of missed doubles for the match from the pair. So Ashton picking up the points in that one. After the break, we're really looking forward to this one. 2 of the standout performers on the first day. Jacob Taylor takes on James Hurrell, and that's coming up after this short break.
Jacob Taylor and James Hurrell up next. Of course, a repeat of our penultimate match yesterday where Hillbilly picked up the points to end day 1 on 6 points. Certainly not a bad return for a man struggling with illness. It was also the second match that he'd hit 4 of 4 on his doubles. Impressive finishing over the course of the day. Tops hitting was a particular strength on day 1. Can he maintain that? And might we even see an improvement to his overall level if he's feeling a little better? As for his opponent, the truth also picked up 6 points on his debut day, started the day astonishingly well, and if he can replicate that level here today, he may well keep tabs on Berry Vampire at the top of the league standings. To guide you through the action here then, let's hand over to Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, we are looking forward to this game, and maybe slightly differently than game 1 yesterday, because we know a little bit more about Jake Taylor now. At this stage yesterday, I won't lie, I hadn't seen him play before. I had read some very impressive stuff about him, but I know a lot more about him now, as does my co-commentator Henry Deacon. We know plenty about James Hurrell, and in the same sort of vein as yesterday, we know more about the resilience of James Hurrell after yesterday. Yesterday was not easy for him, but he still walked away with 6 points.
Yeah, it was a little bit under the weather yesterday was James, but he came in, played well. We'll look at both players' statistics for yesterday in just a second, because they make for really impressive reading. But as you mentioned, we haven't seen much of Jacob Taylor in front of the televised or stream cameras before, so this was a first probably for a lot of people seeing him play, but you can't help but be anything other than impressed with his opening showing. And you got the sense from him, the way that he played and his demeanour, his character, everything about him. When a player has a debut day like him, we ask the question, can he back it up on day 2? But you get the sense that his character and demeanour as Hurrell kicks off the game in perfect fashion, that you don't think that's going to be much of an issue for him.
That's the first 180 of the day.
100.
James didn't have to wait too long for that then. But yesterday, averaged 87.11, which you've just surmised, Henry, is not that far off his seasonal average.
85.
No, because his seasonal average over the course of the last 12 months is pretty much around that range. Well, it's actually a point off that range. His seasonal average for the last 12 months is 87.10. He's effectively playing to type.
I had a sneaky suspicion that we were going to get a few 180s in this game, but I didn't think we'd get 2 in the first leg. You never know, we might get another
100.
one from Jake Taylor right now.
If we do, it won't be far off a milestone. Oh, this is crazy.
140.
Darn that pesky lie. What a first leg. Hurrell is on double 8 after 11.
120.
And he might lose the leg now.
81.
Jacob Taylor nearly left 81 after 9 and nearly never got a go. He may only get a go at the Golden Eye.
48. James requires 16.
2 8s for the lead in a very impressive first leg.
Game shot in the first
And
leg.
he does take it to
James
13
Hurrell.
darts. Now, we should be on notice that the doubling of Hurrell yesterday was
Second leg,
exceptional.
Jacob
I think that's the right
Hurrell.
word for it.
Game on.
If you talk about Van Peer and Taylor, they had really excellent days on the outer ring. But Hurrell
96.
was hitting his doubles almost lame yesterday. It was just astonishing, especially on tops, to have 2 games where he's perfect on doubling.
100.
I don't remember that happening before. It may have happened over the last couple of years, but I can't remember it. But his top shooting was just extraordinary. But overall, 54% for the day. That is just highly world class.
And we should add an extra caveat to that, because in one of his games he was 4 from 14 on the doubles. So you take that game out, it's even better.
41.
There's a few games in my career I'd like to take out, though. You've got to take the rough with the smooth. Well, let's talk about Jake Taylor, shall we? Because we can't ignore his debut day.
95.
And it was a debut day for Barry Van Peer yesterday, and we'll talk about him in match number 3 when he takes on Jack Vincent. But if you look at these overall statistics for Jake
60.
on his first day here, it's got to be one of the most impressive debuts that we've seen. 93.72 is his average
100.
for Monday. That is brilliant. His best average, 103.66. There are better players with bigger reputations who have not got a performance of that ilk. And 47% on the doubles for the day. That's an astonishing first day. One of 2 things has happened. Either we're going to see this from him all week, or we're going to see a 167.
137.
We aren't. Or is he setting himself up for failure because he's had his best day on Monday? Only time will tell.
Well, so far the synopsis is probably not, because he's averaging 104.33 after a leg and a bit. It's double 15.
Game shot on the second leg. Jacob
For one
Taylor.
apiece, this is a high-quality affair. We thought this would be good, and it is living up just to the type.
There's
Third leg,
another
James
stat that we
first.
tend to
Game
look
on.
for as well, very early on Tuesday and Wednesday these days. Thanks to our commentary colleague Matt Edgar, we've started to do this. It's the range of averages
50.
from top to bottom. So we look at the best average of the day for the player and the worst. and it's called the average range.
99.
The smallest range yesterday came from Hurrell at 7.5 points. So his best average was just shy of 91.5. His worst,
85.
low 80s. But the fact that he was 7.5 points between top and bottom, that's impressive. Person with the highest, you don't need me to tell you it was Ryan Harrington, because his biggest
100.
average yesterday was nearly 96 and his lowest was 62. So it's 32 and a bit for him. But it does paint a picture of consistency. And that's what you get from James Hurrell. He's not
96.
noted as explosive. He's noted as consistent.
He's one of those players, you know what you're going to get from him. And you know what you've got to do to beat him. And if you drop below that level,
140.
he will get the better of you. Don't get me wrong, he's got that power pack performance in him. We've seen it on the WDF circuit. We saw it at the Lakeside last year where he made it to quarterfinals. But he's got this base layer
100.
that gives him every chance to be successful.
You said yesterday that Hurrell might be one of the favourites for Lakeside in December. I'd have to agree with that.
James
Because now that he knows what it's like to win up there, he might be very, very ready for playing in early December. Is he ready for a fish? Not big enough.
$105. Jacob, you require 32.
This is for a breakthrough. And yet again, he's playing strongly in his first game of the day.
Game shown on the third leg.
This
Jacob
really is
Taylor.
strong, averaging 105 for the first 3 legs. When he started yesterday, he was around about the 100 mark
Fourth
for the
leg,
first
Jacob
2 or 3
to
legs.
Hurrell
It did
first.
drop to about 93. But we were on notice from that very first game from Jake yesterday. So obviously, early starts for him aren't a problem.
100.
And if you look at his form in the CDC Tour, when he won Pro Tour 12 in November last year, he played at a ridiculous level. Listen to this. This was him from the last 32
100.
onwards in this Tour 12 victory. An 88.81, followed by 102.98. Then he beat David Cameron in the quarterfinals with a 92.27. Beat Jim Long in the semi-final of a 97.88. And, well, the final, a 90.13. That is a range over basically the same format as today. 5 matches, okay, longer matches as well, which probably actually helps make the point.
100.
That is what he can do flatlined.
He was a bit of a one-man Canadian wrecking ball, wasn't he? Taking out Dave Cameron, Jim Long and Gary
58.
Mawson, who, I know he plays for America, but he was born in Canada. And Gary Mawson, let's not forget, is a former UK Open finalist.
60.
Just looked at that tournament, Henry. Interestingly enough, in the quarterfinals, Gary Mawson beat someone called Steve Bunce. He's got to play Stephen Bunting at some point in his career. What a great game that would be to call.
Isn't he the boxing journalist, Steve Bunce?
Spelled differently. It's got a Z in it.
He hasn't played at the Super Series yet.
No, he hasn't.
140.
What we'll do in the
Jacob
next match when Barry Van
107.
Peer is taking on Jack Vincent, we'll talk a little bit more about Zs in names. The players who have played here at the Super Series.
55. James, you require
We'll see if you've got some of them
101.
right. This is a key shot now for Hurrell. 81 with 2. And it's not going to go. So Taylor,
49.
who was 40% in his doubles
Jacob,
so
you
far in
require
this match,
52.
would love to take a shot that Hurrell is also looking at, if he gets the chance.
36.
And he does.
James, you require 52.
Opportunities in this game comes at a premium. Hurrell gets one here to get the break back, to return the match to throw at the halfway point. It's going to be 2 at tops for the Hillbilly.
He's going to hit this, isn't he? Of course he is. Double top.
James Hurrell.
He must feel like he can't miss that double.
Fifth leg, James to throw first.
Who for you is
Emma.
the best double top shooter in the world right now? That's your first question. Secondly, who's the best player you've ever seen on double top? That's easy to answer. It's Robert Thornton. Moving on to the first question.
85.
Right now,
Right now.
Price.
Yeah.
96.
You have to go for someone who leaves it a lot. Price leaves it a lot, and when he's on form, my word, irresistible.
Well, we saw that at the weekend of the Euro Tour. Take out the fighter, he was unplayable. Premier League,
60.
115 average in the final. Unplayable.
Yeah, you do get the feeling that the players are finding themselves with an uphill battle in Berlin this
100.
Thursday. And we do have some Welsh representation this week on Thursday. We've got Mike Huntley going to be spiking his hair up fresh for us. Making his way over. Looking forward to seeing Mike again, an
140.
effervescent character. And then we've got Martin Thomas as well, who's always lovely to hang around with. Always bombing along and bubbly and playing some good
60.
stuff. And Stu Wilson will make the trip down the M6 and many other motorways to get from the Lancashire area down to us here in Portsmouth. That's Group C on Thursday from 1 o'clock.
You note the new start time here
100.
at the Super Series. We'll be reviewing the MODUS Super Series channel from 1. And then for those of you who like watching us on Sporty Stuff TV, we'll be with you from 3 o'clock. So we'll join you from Game 7
60.
of the
James
day
O'Hara,
in Group C. So you will
116.
get the key points and the key moments every single day as Hurrell looks for 116 here. Well, he was.
84.
He's been pretty close at missing singles in this game. He almost missed a 12 earlier, but he did miss the 16 that time.
135.
I wouldn't miss
James
double
O'Hara,
16
32.
on this occasion, James. I'm amazed he didn't leave tops. He didn't expect to be on double 8.
16.
And now Taylor can retake the lead.
Jacob O'Hara, 50.
The hard work James Hurrell did to get the game back on throw may well be
Game shot of the fifth
all
leg.
for
Jacob
nothing
Taylor.
because Taylor now has the opportunity to throw for the match, leading 3-2. And the way that he's been rock
Sixth leg,
solid and
Jacob
rock
to
steady,
throw first.
this could be an uphill
Enoch.
battle for the Hillbilly.
I just get the feeling as well that today is not going to be as quick as yesterday. There were a lot of games where somebody
180.
dominated yesterday. I think there's going to be a lot more close matches today. If you think about the fact that there was only one 4-3 match yesterday in 15, that's rare.
57.
We've already had the first 4-3. We might indeed have another one. But it's going to take some sort of comeback from Hurrell, because this is a very strong start to leg 6.
So what you're telling me is that I might have to watch Dickinson's Real Deal on the +1 channel.
Stop watching Dickinson's Real Deal.
97.
This is a really good leg from Taylor on throw, knowing that this would be the one that is securing the match.
60.
180, that 1-2-3. Leaves himself on 138 after 9 for the match. Only good players take that out to win a game.
$41. Jacob O'Hara, 138.
He's going to stay on the 60, which is the right play. If he goes 18s here,
58.
that's just trimming things down. With James back on 306, that was the right thing to do. But if Hurrell does walk away from this one, losing 4 legs to 2, he's going to feel
74.
very frustrated
Jacob
because at
O'Hara,
times he's played some
80.
decent stuff, but he has made a couple of errors. Double top.
Game shot.
And that is a
match,
central
Jacob
shot
Taylor.
to give Jacob Taylor a valuable 2 points, because that gets him back within 2 points of Barry van Peer at the top. However, the man from the Netherlands could elongate his lead again when he plays against Jack Vincent next. 95.39 and 36% on the doubles. It's more evidence that Jacob Taylor is a very consistent animal. And when he's looking for his prey this week, he's coming up with plenty of meat in his mouth. Well, it is going to be Barry Van Peer in the next match against Jack Vincent, so don't go too far. That's coming up next.
Right then, next up to complete our first round of fixtures, the man sat top of the table, Barry Van Peer, looking to maintain his perfect start to his maiden campaign here at the Super Series. Won all 5 of his matches yesterday, with his highest average coming in match 1, a 104.65 with a 1-2-1 out in there as well. As for Jack Vincent, defeated 4-1 in this fixture yesterday. It was a real mixed bag for him on day 1, but overall a significant improvement from his debut campaign. Can he be the first player to defeat the Dutchman here at the Live Lounge? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
We'll be fascinated to see if he can, Abby. But what we did see from Jack yesterday was maybe a little bit of a better level than the last time he was with us. If he starts in the same vein as yesterday, a win against this man who was irresistible on Monday, you just never know. In his first performance yesterday, Jack won 4-1 against Ryan Harrington, averaging mid-90s. You sense, Henry, that maybe that's the kind of level he will need.
He will need, and possibly even a little bit more. When you look at the performance of Barry Van Peer yesterday, I mean, the 3-dart average over the course of the day was just a tad under 96. It was 95.8. When you look at the doubling, it was 20 out of 42, which is just under 50%. That's the level he's got to be at to be competitive,
60.
you feel.
I know the sample size is slightly different, but I'd just like to
100.
almost emphasize just how good that was from Barry Van Peer yesterday. You mentioned it was 95.8 with 48% on the doubles.
137.
First, I'd like to tackle that doubles percentage. If you did that over a PDC Elite season, you would be top. Nobody's beating that.
81.
And what does that say about what James Hurrell did yesterday at 54%? You get the feeling that their percentages are going to come down today. But if you look at the overall
100.
average yesterday, that 95.8 was super impressive. That's better than what Michael van Gerwen has done
58.
on the Pro Tour this year. It would put him, as a bit of a sample size, I know it's off, I have to emphasize that, but it would put him in the top 15
58.
on tour. The kind of performances he's put in yesterday. Don't tell me that Barry Van Peer has not got an elite level, because he
128.
has.
Jack, you require 146.
That's really good from Jack.
110. Barry require 134.
This is a difficult out. And he went the hipster route. The two treble 17s. We might see a little bit
54.
more from Barry today
Jack, you require
from his playbook.
36.
He's got a very interesting playbook when it comes to the finishes.
No score.
And he's going to get a look at 80 as
Barry
well.
require 80.
And Jack will know that he shouldn't be getting this look.
The way that first start went in, how awkward is that? And how close was that to busting? Can he find a route?
40.
The way the dart stood
Jack, you
up,
require
he was effectively
36.
aiming at nothing.
I think he was too busy thinking about dart 2. 2 9s.
Game
Oh,
shot
that's
first
only
leg,
just
Jack
in.
Vincent.
We'd rather it was just in than just out.
That was a bit of a heart-in-mouth
leg
first
Barry
leg,
to
wasn't it,
Hurrell
from the
first.
pair?
Game on.
Why, he's getting tested to the 4. But it's Vincent who gets it on throw
60.
after missing 5 previous opportunities to get the leg done.
Yesterday's average range for these two players, there wasn't a great deal between them, actually.
60.
From best average to worst average for Jack Vincent, his range was 18 points. And I've already illustrated his best performance, which was over 95.
91.
But Van Peer, who started with 104.65 yesterday, and it could have been better than that. His range was around 16. So their
84.
consistency levels were fairly similar. But what is very evident is that Berry's not starting
42.
as hot today as he was yesterday. In fact, neither player is starting at the same level.
60.
Jack Vincent got a sense of opportunity here.
You have to. When you see someone who is sitting on 10 points, undefeated at the top of the table, and they're obviously not
126.
on the same sort of confidence level at the very beginning, you must see the opportunity first and then take it. It reminds
80.
me of my head-to-head record with Steve Lennon. Played him 5 times, lost 5 times. Does that tell you that he played brilliantly every time? No, he didn't.
96.
There were a couple of games he didn't play particularly well, but he still beat me. I saw the opportunity, I didn't take it. This here is where Jack has got to see the opportunity and then take full advantage of it.
100.
Now he does get
Barry
himself onto a
require
finish there.
86.
But Van Peer has been so good on the treble 18 in this leg.
Game
He
shot on the
finds
second
himself
leg, Barry
1-1
Van Peer.
with a much improved second leg.
Third
Going
leg,
up in
Jack to
increments
Hurrell
of visits
first.
in this
Game on.
particular match. And 7 down to 6, we move into 5 in this one.
100.
From an overall perspective of standard, we would from a MODUS
25.
Super Series standard perspective, look at between 17 and 18 darts guaranteed. You're ushering more towards
60.
that 16 dart standard when people play well. And very rarely, very, very rarely do we see anybody
60.
at 15 dart range for a day. It almost never happens. Now, we have had some people trying your tungsten teaser, Henry.
100.
Now, we're not going to give the answers away until the end of the show. But what I can say is that a certain Brian Roman, one of our friends from Belgium, very fine dart player, and a lovely chap to boot, and someone that I think Barry knows quite well. He's got 4 of them. So he's better than me, because I only got 2.
The noodle.
You said that almost
100.
Scottish. He
Accents
doesn't
aren't my
mind being
forte.
called a noodle.
100.
Nothing wrong with that. Perfectly timed 180 from Berry.
That's a landmark 180 as well, because that's the 1500th we've seen in this series so far. We can raise the bat, or shall we raise the dart?
96.
Like Alistair Cook in the middle of the...
Nobody does that, do they? When they get their 100th win or anything like that. Oh, hello, Berry.
77.
I think he's
Jackie
sipping
O'Quire,
from the Creative
44.
Cup today. We've seen a couple of finishes that were a little bit different. Somewhat conventional, this one, though.
Game shot on the third
But
leg,
in.
Jack Vincent.
And it is a 6-visit leg again for Jack to get to the halfway point.
Fourth
Didn't
leg,
lose many
Berry
legs
to
yesterday.
Roper.
Berry, did he?
Game on.
He was very, very good. Somebody just swapped me for Chris
96.
Murphy. That's the kind of thing he would have said. He lost 1 leg against Jack Vincent. He lost 1 against Lisa Ashton. He lost none against
100.
Jacob Taylor, which, when you think about the standard from yesterday, that's actually quite ridiculous. He lost 1 against Ryan Harrington
140.
and 1 against James Hurrell. 4 legs lost yesterday in total. And this is the first time in any match he's lost 2.
140.
This might be the first time he's actually worried about losing.
In some senses, this is a different test, because we're going to test him when his back's against the wall now. Yesterday, he pretty much had it all his own way.
60. Berry require 132.
Oh, how good is that dart? That was so inviting as well. I'm sure he's
92.
disappointed not to get a second bullseye.
We'll take the second prize. Tops after 12.
It's got a lovely ring to it, that statement.
59.
But it's only
Berry
positive
require 40.
if you get the shot.
Game shot on the
That's a
fourth
fine
leg,
14 darter from Barry Van
Peer.
Peer to get himself level. But he still has to break Jack Vincent at some point in this match. And I don't
Fifth
mean
leg,
to
Jack
quote
to
Antonio
Ropers.
Conte,
Game on.
because he scathed his own Tottenham Hotspur players in saying that they weren't willing to play under stress. But maybe this is the first time that Barry Van Peer has had to play
85.
under stress so far this week. Let's see how he reacts to that. Sorry, Tottenham fans.
1 regular
105.
day of MODUS, that's all I ask for.
If sport was easy, we'd all do it.
190.
Wonderfully done. Second 180 of the match and the first of the day for Jack Vincent.
121.
Does use a very long dart, doesn't he, Berry? And he always has. They almost remind me of Daryl Gurney's darts.
60.
Long barrel, long stem. They're made to look a little bit longer because of the larger flight as well.
57.
But the most important thing when you're throwing a dart is balance. The way you throw can be tweaked with coaching, or you can change something yourself. But ultimately, the best thing to do is to put a dart in your hand
82.
that you can naturally use. And obviously, Barry Van Peer likes a long dart.
He likes a max as well.
190.
And that piles the
Jack
pressure
O'Hare,
on this 94 for Jack Vincent. Because if this doesn't go, the break chance is very much on. But he may not get a go. Has to compose himself. Big dart incoming.
Chose the wrong club for that one. The good thing is, he's got a mulligan.
74.
Misses the target.
Barrier require 38.
Is this the opportunity Barry Van Peer has been waiting for in this darts match? He decides to split. He fancies 2 at 16s. And that is why. Barry Van Peer has found a crucial breaker throw. Jack Vincent has had 2 darts to go within a leg of winning this match. They came, they went. Barry breaks, and he's a leg away with the darts here to sealing his 6th straight win. And if he does,
59.
will move himself once again 4 points clear at the top of the group.
The way he has incrementally charged up his performance here has been very impressive from Barry.
43.
Let's not forget about the fact that after a couple of legs, he was averaging in the mid to low 70s. But since then,
140.
it's just got better and better and better. Now he's up towards 93-ish.
140.
That, to me, shows that he's got a bit of resilience. This time he does miss the 18s.
43.
And comes up short. This might be the last chance that Jack gets. It's a very low elbow position he has with that lead arm, Jack Vincent. He has to rely on good power in the right wrist and a little bit of right shoulder as well. It's very much a pushing motion.
57.
If you're looking for the way that some players do deliver their darts, look at the right wrist. They're all right-handers today. That right hand there of Jack is cocked a little bit backwards. Can you see it? Almost at a right
60.
angle. That's quite unusual. Whereas Barry here, the right wrist, nowhere near that.
145.
Now Jack's got a problem.
Jack's got a hit, and Jack's got a hope. But the way Barry's playing, hoping is like praying to the converted.
40. Barrier require 57.
2 at tops of the match.
37.
But he's not over the line yet.
You don't mind missing that kind of chance when you've got a guaranteed visit back. Having said that, you really do want to take care of business as soon as possible in group
60.
stage matches like this.
Barrier require 20.
This time, he must convert. And he does.
And the match,
He was given a bit of a scare, but he can play under stress, can Barry Van Peer. And he averages 88.41, which is 17 darts per leg, pretty much. It's overall one of his worst performances of the week. But if that's going to be your worst, I guarantee you that he's going to have some success this week. That's for sure. When we come back, it's going to be the start of round 2, and we'll see more of Jacob Taylor as he tries to compound the misery of Ryan Harrington.
So then, win so far this morning for Ashton, Taylor and Van Peer. Next up, Jacob Taylor will be looking to pick up where he left off in his opening game of the day, where he produced another mid-90s average to get the better of Hurrell. He currently sits on 8 points in the league table. As for Harrington, he missed 6 match starts in his opener before losing out to Lisa Ashton in a decider. He'll be looking to return to the level he produced in the early stages of yesterday's play to give himself a chance in this one. Can Taylor record back-to-back wins over Harrington, or will Ryan up his level to get his second Group A win? Let's rejoin our commentary team to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. And as we enter the second round of matches on Tuesday here at the Super Series, you sense the stakes are beginning to get high for Jacob Taylor. If he's going to catch Barry Van Peer, you get the sense after that opening win, he's going to have a perfect day. That will include beating Barry, of course, en route. Defeat here would open the door up for Barry Van Peer in the next match against Lisa Ashton to already at round 7 open up a 6-point gap, a 3-game lead over his nearest rival.
Looking on the bright side, Jacob Taylor has put in the best performance of the day so far. Very much Mr. Consistent from yesterday. Now, you did surmise, Henry, to me off the air that that was the worst performance of Barry Van Peer so far. And if he stays at that level...
First leg, Jacob to throw first. Game on.
He's a lot more susceptible to defeat. So with that in mind, Jake Taylor's got to continue to do that.
190.
You just come to expect it now.
58.
I think the word's going through Ryan's mind when he says that 180 in the first 3 darts. Oh, go away, will you? He could turn into one of these really annoyingly
45.
good players that you just can't get rid of. And trust me when I say this, players get a kick out of being like that.
139.
Ryan's had a couple of matches off after losing to Lisa Ashton by 4 legs to 3. It was a tumultuous game.
59.
But things are a bit tighter today. We've seen 7 legs in the first game and 6 in the next 2.
134.
There were an extraordinary amount of 4-1 results yesterday. But we haven't seen one today so far.
100. Ryan, you
It
require
was I for 1 and
170.
1 for all yesterday at the Super Series.
90.
Good grouping,
Jacob
Ryan.
require 170.
And an excellent last dart. Treble 19 would have given him a shot at tops.
57.
And this is where,
Ryan, you
if
require
Jacob
80.
had this shot, he wouldn't be worried about the lie. Ryan doesn't mind the lie now. That's a great single.
40. Jacob, you require 60.
Is he getting a little bit annoyed at giving his opponents more chances than maybe they deserve?
Game shot on the
Because
first leg. Jacob
a certain
Taylor.
Mr. Taylor has just snagged that one. And it almost reminds you of the 1995 World Championship final, doesn't it?
Second leg, Ryan to throw
Taylor
first.
versus Harrington.
Game on.
Sorry if you're watching, Rod. I don't mean any disrespect, I promise. But as soon as you see those
96.
two surnames, it does remind you of the World Championship final from almost 30 years ago.
That is almost 30 years ago. Taylor played like this, to be fair, in that particular final.
190.
Don't tell that to Ryan.
He's opened up both legs in this game with a max.
85.
There aren't many bad times to get 180 shots. But if you can start legs with them consistently,
140.
let's face it, you're putting your opponent under pressure immediately. And he's doing it again, like he did yesterday. His second game,
190.
he averaged 103.66, his personal best. He's playing slightly better than that already.
100.
And he's
Ryan,
left
you
81
require
after 9, but fair
140.
play to Ryan Harrington. He's putting up a fight here.
going both blow for blow, but she's not been able to get any kind of leeway.
9.
As Taylor
Jacob
leaves himself,
Uruguay,
well, not for the
81.
first time today, 81 after 9. Double 12 for an
Games on the
11 dart
second
leg.
leg,
He just
Jacob
gets
Taylor.
better.
This is tremendous from Jake.
Third leg, Jacob to throw first. Game on.
In a funny sort of way, he does remind me of a great Canadian player from yesteryear, a little bit, in his
58.
demeanour and the way he goes about things. You'll be too young to remember Bob Seneve.
No other name, but we'll remember him playing.
100.
One of the strangest moments of my entire life involved Bob Seneve, who every Canadian dart player admires. I was in the Fox and Fiddle
60.
pub in London, Ontario, having a libation and a practice session with Mark Webster. And I get a tap on my shoulder.
134.
It's the week after I'd won the Australian Open in Coogee Bay. And I just wanted to chill out for a couple of days with Mark and just see the local sites before we played in the tournament.
83.
I get a tap on the shoulder from this lovely blonde lady, and she says, "Would you mind coming over here? Because my husband would like a photograph with you." And I said, "Yeah, no problem. That'd be nice." This is my husband, Bob.
57.
And my jaw hit the floor. And I said, "You're Bob Seneve, aren't you?" And he said, "Yes." I went, "Can I have a photo with you, please?"
134.
Is it one of those you had to exchange the photo to each other?
I've still got that photo. And I improved on it later that day. I got a photograph with Bob Seneve and Paul Lim.
60. Ryan, you require
One of my favourite
110.
photos in my whole collection.
Not many darts players appear in video games. Paul Lim does.
54. Jacob, you require 106.
Yes, he does. I sense danger.
Games on the third leg.
Oh,
Jacob
no.
Taylor.
Ryan was thinking, I'm not going to get a shot. That is deadly from Jacob Taylor. It's only an 18 darter.
Fourth leg,
But when you
Ryan to
consider
throw
Harrington was in
first.
a
Game on.
more fruitful position than that of his opponent, he has been completely and utterly shut out here. And he needs more of that just to stand a chance.
180.
Jake Taylor is like Galway Girl
78.
by Ed Sheeran on the radio. It's everywhere and you can't get rid of it.
That's a good analogy, that one. I like that one.
76.
Do you want to hear another good Canadian story?
God.
Same town, London, Ontario, a couple of years later.
100.
I'm walking in there, one of the form players in the world, thinking this is mine today. I'm winning this tournament. I'm feeling great. First round, I get absolutely
26.
swept off the board by some Canadian bloke I've never even heard of. My friends have even come to watch me. They thought I was going to win that day.
140.
They were all excited. I walked over to my table and said, "Who's Jeff Smith?" We all know who Jeff Smith is now.
59.
Good player, not a bad broadcaster in his own right
No,
either.
Jeff's brilliant. Jeff is one of the nicest people on the planet.
100. Ryan, you
I think
require
if he's watching right now,
160.
he will say, "This is what Jake can do." And he's 83 points away from a 4-0 victory, and he knows plenty about 4-0
65.
victories because he
Jacob,
had
you
2
require
yesterday.
83.
It's as good as it gets. An average just under the ton. He's not missed a dart at the double yet.
45.
Well, he's not missed a dart at
Ryan,
the
you
double, but he's
require
missed one at
95.
the bullseye.
Is he going down? Is he staying down?
57.
Oh, Ryan.
Jacob, you
The
require
only fault
38.
I can label with that is that it was short. Double 8.
22.
And he's now missed
Ryan,
3
you
darts
require
at double,
38.
giving Harrington another look at double 19. How does he hit this?
No
Oh, that's
score.
really unfortunate. I thought he had that.
Jacob, you require 16.
He just smiles in the
shot, and a
background
match,
because he
Jacob
just
Taylor.
knew what was going to happen next. Another impressive performance from Jacob Taylor. 92.5, 57% on the doubles. He didn't miss a double up until it got to the point of winning the match. He gets the better of Ryan Harrington 4-0. A high-quality affair. Really good performance once again. And he stays within 2 points of Barry Van Peer, putting the pressure on the table topper, who's coming up next, taking on Lisa Ashton.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And you can visit dartshop.tv to book your free tickets for finals night. All the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m. on Saturday evening. But back here in Group A, it's Lisa Ashton and Barry Van Peer back in action next. Both winners in their opening matches this morning. Of course, the Lancashire Rose so impressive from 2-0 down to Harrington, and despite missing 7 match starts, managed to get over the line in the end to move on to 4 points. And if she can replicate the level shown in the middle part of that match in this one, she may feel she has a chance against the man who was sublime on day one, but despite getting over the line in his first game of the day, averaged below 90 for the first time here at the Super Series. Could the chasing pack see that as a chance to pounce and maybe even condemn him to defeat? What do we think, chaps?
I just want to pick up on that statement. We're criticising him for averaging under 90. That is the level of respect we are giving Barry Van Peer here.
Let's face it, he is one of the best players on the Challenge Tour. One of the best placed players in the WDF circuit. In fact, if we just broaden that net a little bit, he's one of the best players in the world without a PDC Tour card right now. What he's trying to do this week is something quite special. I've been thinking about this all morning. He's won a massive WDF event this year in the Dutch Open. He's won a Challenge Tour event.
First leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
But if he goes on and wins this week as well, that's 3 massive things he's done
140.
by April. That's incredible.
And then we are entering, is he the best player in amateur darts in the world territory?
He'll be up there with Raymond Smith, who I firmly believe is the best free agent in the world.
180.
And when I say free agent, I mean someone who doesn't have a tour card.
57.
I'm just using NFL vernacular to illustrate just how free these players are to play MODUS Super Series, WDF,
140.
PDC Challenge Tour, and anything that's independent, because there are some massive events in Belgium, the Netherlands.
100. Alicia require 41.
And just this weekend, I believe Brian Roman was in a final with Jan van Veen in an independent
Game
event.
on the first leg, Lisa.
Well, that 11 darter didn't take long. That took less than a minute. In fact, I think that leg took 53 seconds.
Game on.
That's astonishing from Ashton.
What was that? Take That song?
180.
Everything changes but hue.
46.
Back for good? Which one are you thinking about, Henry? You've got me confused.
There's nothing confusing about this, though.
180.
Hold that thought just for a minute, because we thought that maybe something special would happen this week.
45. Barry require 141.
Barry? I was waiting to say Van. Take that and party. Well, he didn't party there. But what a lovely leg it is from Barry. It could actually be back-to-back 11s to start this 5th game of the day.
I've just heard a cry from the practice room saying I lived closer than that 8th dart. That was very tongue-in-cheek from whoever that was. Another 11? Oh, it's a terrible leg now.
40.
Oh, we're going into a 5th visit.
What a great start to this game. You going to tell me what that Take That song is or what?
Only takes a minute, girl, doesn't it?
Barry require 20.
That's very good. Great shot, and it is 15 darter from Barry Van Peer. It could have been better. And that took him about 1 minute and 45.
Third leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Surely you're too young to know that song anyway.
82.
You're showing levels there. Have you been hanging out with some Take That fans since Owen Binks is not here?
42.
Talking about Coldplay.
Just depth of knowledge. That's what happens when you go to the quiz every Monday night.
You didn't win last night, did you?
No, we were better off when
60.
it was just the two of us.
There's only the two of them on the hockey, that's for sure.
83.
Maybe one day we'll have a pairs tournament and just to see what it's like to have 4 people on the stage, because there's plenty of room.
Me and Chris Mason
97.
a couple of weeks ago were spending about 10 million quid worth of money on ideas. And one of the ideas was a World Pairs Week,
60.
a World Cup week. We get different nations, get 12 nations involved.
I like the World Cup week idea. That's a really good idea.
94.
I think if you were picking a Netherlands team, I think Berry would be the captain.
Triple captain.
60.
Who would you have as his teammate?
Wesley, Placier, or Jelle Klassen. I think you'd have to have a playoff.
Yeah, that would be a very hard team to pick.
At least you require one.
Jelle Klassen, of course, has qualified for Champions Week in the first week of May. You will see more of him in week 13.
I think the difficult one would be picking Team England and Scotland.
150.
We'll talk about that tomorrow, I think, as a topic for our social media channels. The only thing on Lisa's mind right now is the 2-1 lead. This game has settled down a little bit. That leaves 25. That just about leaves 16. And Berry gets a chance to break.
Berry required 32. Game shot on the third leg, Berry Van Peer.
Took his chance when he got it. And Lisa will now have to break in this contest if she's to swell her points total to 6.
To Hurrell first.
Make no mistake. Everybody in this table wants Lisa to win this game. Because it would stop Berry from getting to 14 points after 7 rounds.
100.
She's definitely picking up the pace. That's one thing I've noticed with her play in this game compared to the other 6. She's playing a little bit more swift,
58.
and it suits her.
The importance of this game is if Van Peer gets on to 14 points, he effectively puts himself in a situation where,
81.
for the remainder of the group, he only has to win as many as he loses. He could effectively be put in a position where he may be able to drop the odd game or two. That's a perilous position for the rest of the field to be placed in.
There's another thing as well. I don't want to put the hex on Berry at all, but we've never seen anybody undefeated through a Group A. We've seen twice somebody get to 28 points with just the 1 defeat. Colin Osborne and Jim McEwen have been very close. Admittedly,
85.
Jim was a bit closer
146.
because he lost his 15th match of the group against Josh Payne. That's a good first start. That's an even better second.
114.
It needs to be magical from Ashton for 2-2. It could be. Could it be magic? Brilliant from Ashton. This is not a take that bingo, but that was absolutely sensational.
When she needed to shine, she did.
To throw first. Game on.
And she breaks back for good.
140.
That really was needed. They're the kind of shots that really get the juices flowing. You can think back on your career to date and think about shots that really got you pumped
95.
up. Shots that you hit when you needed to hit them. They're the ones that live in the memory. And the amount of times that I've seen Lisa Ashton hit shots like that, it's extraordinary. The centre of the board to a treble to a bullseye shot.
45.
Things like 1-3-2s, 1-3-5s. She's so good at them. And I said at the top of the show yesterday with Abby, she's not noted
65.
as a massive scorer. She's someone who plucks away on the treble 20, getting tons in 140s. But you give her a finish like that,
59.
she takes them. That's her reputation. That's why she's a 4-time world champion.
She still harbours ambitions
56.
for more. However, has left herself on 162 here. That's not going to matter, is it?
Look at that. I mean, that made the dart move.
130.
It's almost as if the second dart said to the first one, just move a little bit. I need to get in here.
60.
And now Berry Van Peer is running the risk of losing this match.
No score.
Wow, I thought that was in for a second.
124.
Imagine putting 3 darts perfectly along the line of the wire. Well, will he do?
Will he go 14s? He's going to go for another. For double top.
84.
It was very Barry Van Peer, and it was almost perfect.
32.
It was almost peerless.
Team shot of the 5th leg,
But Ashton is
Ashton.
fearless on the double 8, and she is the first player in this group who could have the opportunity to depose of Barry Van Peer. He is throwing to stay in the match. No one's got to 3 against him before in this group. No one.
57.
His back's against the wall. He's come up troubleless. If Ashton can come up with a 140 here, or even a ton,
60.
be very much game on. They both cancel each other out after the first visit.
This is a very MODUS Super Series game. Mid-80s averages. We've had 3 180s. We've had some magical moments. And a vital
60.
miss. You'd hasten to say that games like this are more exciting than having someone average 100
80.
and winning 4-0.
Matthew Edgar likes to use the analogy there's a darts game and then there's a darts match.
140.
This is what he would call a darts match.
I'd go with that.
85.
Now it's all about closing skills, or indeed survival skills, in the case of Van Peer.
94.
That's good. He does have a choice when he comes back.
100.
One of the choices is the Simon Whitlock route,
150.
but now's not the time. I would say
90.
possibly 6 or 7 out of 10 players these days go for 19s on 150.
21. Barry requires
And
60.
everybody would go 20 for tops on this one. Double 10 to survive, to go to leg 7.
Game shot of the 6th
That's where we're
leg,
going.
Barry Van Peer.
And Ashton has the darts. So for only the 3rd time in this group,
7th and
we go
final
to
leg,
the
Lisa
decider.
to throw first. Game on.
Jacob Taylor, who has already played twice today and won twice,
85.
would like a favour from Lisa.
If Barry Van Peer loses this match, he would have lost as many legs in one game than he would have in the
100.
entirety of yesterday.
She does have a reputation, does Lisa, as an amazing closer.
85.
She's had this reputation for a very long time. She's someone who runs through the tape. She doesn't wait for it to come to her.
47.
This has got to be big.
100.
It's okay. But he still needs mistakes from the Lancashire Rose. And they're not coming.
100.
And look what she's left. Something very similar to the 135 we saw a little bit earlier on.
She hit a famous 132 in a World Masters final against
45.
Eileen
Alicia
de Graaf.
Rowe, 132.
Can she do something just as inspired to condemn Barry Van Peer to his first defeat? She has got 6 on here. She's going to lay up.
71.
82.
It's now 54. He has not had anybody have a match start against him
45. Alicia Rowe,
all
50.
week until now. It's the Michael Smith route. And it's a winning shot for Lisa Ashton, who goes for treble 10 for double 10. But it is a 4-3 win, and the win streak for Barry Van Peer is over. He will stay at 12 points in the table, and Ashton will get to 6. So she's not out of it either. But But maybe the highlight of that match was indeed the 135 on the bullseye, which kept her in the match at a very key stage. So it's over to you, James Hurrell and Jack Vincent. You could now get yourself 2 points closer to Bury Van Peer in this Group A table after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Lisa Ashton has become the first player to condemn Bury Van Peer to defeat here at the Live Lounge, and that has made things a lot more interesting. Game 6 sees two players looking for their first win on day 2, both losing out 4-2 a little earlier on. Hillbilly didn't play badly against Taylor, but midway through that match, his opponent was able to find that something extra to pull away. As for Vincent, he put himself in a decent position against Van Peer, but missed 8 at the outer ring against someone who was affording himself more chances at the back end of legs. Hurrell can put a little bit of distance between himself and the players in Group C spots at the moment with a win here. Vincent will draw himself level with Hurrell and Ashton on 6 if he can pick up the points. So to talk you through all the ebbs and flows of this one, let's hand back to Henry and Nico.
Ebbs and flows aplenty, Abby, that's for sure. What an exciting day for different reasons here on Tuesday morning. A lot of the matches are feeling closer and are closer. But for James Hurrell, in his first game, he lost to Jacob Taylor by 4 legs to 2. That's being made to look maybe a little bit better now, because Jacob Taylor is now only 2 points off the top of the table after winning his second match as well from a distance. But now, an opportunity for James to get to 8 points, which would solidify 3rd place. And it would be only 4 points from the top now.
That victory for Lisa Ashton has really condensed things, or began to condense things in this group. And also makes things interesting in that race for that final Group B place. Ashton now putting herself well in the picture on 6th. If Vincent wins here, there'll be 3 players all tied on 6 points, and Ryan Harrington will be anything but out of the potential persuasion there.
A little bit of a change in equipment today for James, who's gone for the white stems instead of yellow. Sometimes players just do that just to change things up. Structurally, they look exactly the same. No changes today for Jack. Everything seems to be the same as yesterday.
83.
But we do have a little bit of news from the amateur darts circuit, which has just been released on Twitter. And it's heartwarming news, actually. And I think we could all do with a little bit of heartwarming stuff
140.
in this day and age of bad news and doom and gloom. In the week of the 10th of April, so it's a couple of weeks from now, we are going to have a representative
100.
from the ADC. And I know I'm letting the cat out of the bag a little bit, but let's face it, this is good news. We're going to have a young man by the name of Stephen Johnson here. And he is the son of the
60.
late, great Peter Johnson of Scotland. Now, if you know of Peter Johnson or knew him when he was alive, fabulous guy, great dart player, sadly lost him recently. And his son,
100.
Stephen, is going to play here. So you're going to have to tune in from the 10th of April to see that. That is an absolutely brilliant, brilliant piece of news. Well done, Stephen. We can't wait to have you.
92.
It's one of those stories that just warms the heart, doesn't it? And we'll see him there in a couple of weeks' time.
As for who he's going to
100.
play against,
James Require
well, we're not going to tell you
109.
that.
We'll play against 11 other players.
Yeah. But as for who, we will have to wait. That's a predictable double top for James Hurrell. He's done it again. And the thing about his first game today, Henry, when he had 48 left, admittedly he had 56 to start with, it was somewhat strange to see him leave double 16 as opposed to tops. The way he's hitting that double top bed,
140.
leave it every single time, James. And there has been a lot of toing and froing about the name of double 20 over the last 48 hours. We don't want to go knee deep into that argument because we did go shin deep into it yesterday. But there was even a little bit of, well, how can I call it
85.
journalism about the referencing of the bullseye yesterday? If you haven't seen that article, I would find it and let us know what you think. I'm not going to express my opinion about it,
125.
because now's not the right time. We want to focus on Jack Vincent versus James Hurrell. But there's always something going on when it comes to darts at the minute, isn't there?
58.
Yeah, they want to call it after a James Bond film now.
I'm not going to start calling the
100.
bullseye Golden Eye.
I was hoping you were going to call it Octopussy.
That's just not going to happen. I have referenced the bullseye as barbecue sauce very recently because that was famously said by
85.
Jason Sudeikis in Ted Lasso in a brilliant episode, by the way. He took it 170 in that episode. What a shot. We haven't seen a 170 here this
59.
week. In fact, the best we've seen is
Jack Require
164
133.
from the man at the top, Barry Van Peer.
Although you think there will be chances this week. You look at the quality that's on show, and what there is still to come.
80.
We haven't even spoken
James
today
Require
about Leonard Gates yet.
132.
There's plenty of time for that. That stops that effort, so Jack will return.
86. Jack Require 53.
These are the kinds of chances that when they come, just grab them.
$13.
That's very unfortunate, you know.
James Require
You
46.
can see the way that that wire moved, that it was so close.
You usually know the outcome here. For once, it drags below double 10.
36.
And Vincent is going to get another
Jack
chance.
Require 40.
He gets another look at tops. I'm sure he didn't expect to get a look at it.
Game shot on the second leg.
That's a nice hit,
Jack
though.
Vincent.
I just want to reference the points that these guys are using as well. as James looks to the heavens, and
Third leg James to throw
when humans
first.
look up, they look for
Game on.
inspiration. That's just what we do. But there will be a points rule change at the start of next year.
190.
If you look at the top of the points, next to the barrel joint, these players are using points which I believe will be sanctioned next year. There you go. There's a nice little look at the grooves at the top near the joint. But at the bottom, 1.5 centimetres now. That must be pretty much unruffled.
81.
So players are going to have to make changes towards the end of this season to make sure that their points are going to be sanctioned. That will be the case here. It will be the case in Darts Regulation Authority
96.
events. So if you are playing in DRA sanctioned events throughout 2024, you are going to have your points checked.
In short, don't rough up your point.
$80.
Hurrell leaving himself a finish after 9. Vincent hoping to do likewise. He's given himself opportunities today, hasn't he, Jack Vincent? He's put himself in positions in that game against
101.
Barry Van Peer. He leads himself on a finish that Van Peer took out yesterday.
He's just shown that he's got a really good darting brain, because he left himself on 164 and he could have easily got carried away with downstairs. However, James Hurrell is getting carried away upstairs. That is brilliant from the England captain. Really love that shot. How good was that double top?
Jack to throw first.
Speared it right in the middle.
And under the church, tops has been a stairway to heaven for Hurrell.
26.
I remember when I first saw James play at Lakeside, and we all knew he was good.
85.
But there's this need at the moment for someone to be excellent from the very off in their career. If anything, James has had to go through a lot of trials
85.
over the last 5 or 6 years just to figure out what kind of player he is. He has drip-fed himself experience. And he's now starting to become a player that people
83.
vastly respect for different reasons. I'm going to reference it again, like we did earlier. Come December, I think that's the perfect time of year for him to play in a
100.
tournament like that. Because he'll have a whole season behind him, and there's no such thing as a Christmas break before it, which I think was one of the biggest flaws in the WDF World
46.
Championship, because it almost gave people the excuse not to do the kind of work that they needed to. Now, you're talking about October, November, leading into a championship. There are no excuses.
100.
And I think that plays into the hands of Hurrell and to some other players.
We saw it last year when, well, the tournament was played around about this time last year, and you saw the advancement of quality in terms of averages, in terms of performance, and in terms of all-round gameplay.
How many 100 averages
67.
can you think of off the top of your head at Lakeside over the years? There weren't that many. And last year there were 2. From Andy Barton's and Richard Veenstra, which was a record. I think having it slightly later
140.
played into the hands of the players and made them play better. I actually think that putting it in December will make them play better still.
And I think the reference point, we mentioned the 2 ton-plus averages, but probably more to the point was the amount of averages that probably in previous years would be around the 87, 88 mark, that then drifted into 91s, 92s.
Double top is getting a hammering in this game.
Go to the fourth leg.
And it's
Jack
2-2.
Vincent.
That is now 3 legs from
Fifth leg
4
James to throw first.
that have been won on
Game
tops.
Like a dumbbell in a boxing gym, it's always getting hit.
60.
Depends who lifts it. With me, it's probably a 10-kilogram one. With Chris Mason, it's probably 50.
And with me, no, he won't go there.
41.
Don't do halves. Say one thing, I wouldn't want to
100.
guess how many James Hurrell would need for a bicep curl. I think he's a fairly strong unit. For instance, have you ever shook hands with Peter Wright?
No, I haven't, no.
Honestly, all you got to do is
60.
look at his forearms. And look at the fact that he is the first person in world darts to have lifted the Sid Waddell trophy with one hand. That thing weighs a ton. Not literally a ton.
43.
But there are people who have struggled to lift it with two hands. He lifted it with one. Pound for pound, I think Peter is probably one of the strongest players out there.
There goes your idea
59.
of that arm wrestle.
No, I wouldn't do that if I were you.
The only person I could beat in arm wrestle is Owen Binks.
I'm not going down that rabbit hole again.
92.
To be fair, he fancies himself against anyone here in the fight. He's already said that publicly on a VT.
Oh, in this fight, James Hurrell is proving to be very awkward. If this was a boxing match,
58.
they've laid each other with a few punches, but maybe the slightly better head movement has come from the England captain.
60.
And he's showing a great deal of patience in this game as well. Now, I like 19s on 283, because if you can get a 133 with 7 19s downstairs, you leave 150.
140.
And then you can stay on the
James O'Quire,
19s
146.
The 6 19s and double 18. It just concentrates the efforts on one target for a little while. But Jack does very well to leave 143.
55. Jack O'Quire, 143.
This is a key leg in this contest. And I'll be fascinated to see what Hurrell does with his first dart here.
93. James O'Quire, 91.
Attacks. It's going to be one dart at tops again.
71.
Nearly pulled
Jack
off the
O'Quire,
double-double.
50.
But Vincent returns for what could be a key breaker throw.
He's not going to do a Sato and go bullseye,
Game
but he is going to get the equivalent of 50 points in two. And he has been just as good on tops as Hurrell in this match. Doubles percentage is very impressive.
6-leg Jack to throw first. Game on.
That break means Jack Vincent now has the opportunity to serve it out.
85.
And it would put him, Hurrell and Ashton all level on 6 points following the completion of the 7th round of matches in what looks set to be a
45.
crucial key battle for that third and final spot in Group B on Thursday and Friday evening. That remains unchanged. That will still be a 10 p.m. start here on Sporty Stuff TV
97.
and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And of course, a reminder, Saturday night, 7:30 start here on the Super Series YouTube channel and on Sporty Stuff TV from 10.
140.
Tickets are available for Saturday night. It was a blockbuster crowd in last week. We really did enjoy the atmosphere there. You could be a part of it every week. Dartshot.tv, the place to be to get your tickets for each and every Saturday night. If you want to come for Champions Week,
45.
May the 6th is the date to put in the diary.
I'd be quick about that one as well, because if you look at the lineup of Champions Week so far, that night is going to be spectacular.
123.
Only going to get better. I've seen a couple of the names coming up. For if there could be a special Champions Week brewing.
85.
Advantage Hurrell. He's got the darts back here in leg 6. He has not at any time in this match panicked.
139.
When you get given the England captaincy, you cannot panic for the sake of yourself, your
97.
teammates, and your
James
country.
O'Quire, 54.
Following in the footsteps, the likes of Adams, Lowe, O'Shea, Mitchell. They've
Game
all
number
shown
6
patience and
James
brilliance.
Hurrell.
And this is now 3-3 again. Second match in succession going the distance.
Seventh and final leg, James to throw first. Game on.
He's controlling the pace of this game as well, which I think is very clever.
This is where his big game experience is coming to the fore here. He's played in some massive matches on some massive stages.
Do you know what as well? If you look at his little illustration on the back of his shirt, it doesn't fail to bring a smile to my face every single time. So I think of that cartoon character that just keeps shooting guns in the air with the wide trousers. Is it? I can't remember his name actually.
96.
But I think it may be modelled on that cartoon character. But he's throwing a dart on the back of the shirt. I think it's genius.
95.
Yosemite Sam, I think. I think that's who it was. That's wonderful from Hurrell.
40.
And Vincent's got to be really creative here. 19s has got to be the start. $60 now.
130.
Wonderfully done.
James require 100.
That tells me something about Jack Vincent. Even at such a young age, he knows how to plot his way around a dartboard.
And he is going to get a go at the fish for the match, which his setup play there warranted.
90.
If he takes
Jack
this out,
require 170.
James Hurrell is going to be feeling empty. Now you sense that Jack is on the cusp
100.
of losing
James require 56.
the second match of his day, because Hurrell is surely going to leave tops again.
Tops for Hurrell.
Game shot.
And his
James
forever
Hurrell.
friend comes up trumps again as he gets the better of Jack Vincent by 4 legs to 3. It moves him on to 8 points and it gives him a bit of a gap to Ashton and Vincent. That 2-point cushion is restored once again. Doing so with another impressive performance, 96.5 the average, 2-ton plus checkouts, including that 160, which really was a highlight. It was a good performance from Vincent, 87.5 and 50% on the doubles, but it is Hurrell who gets the victory and he stays in third place on 8 points. Well, coming up after the break, the top 2 collide as Very Vampire takes on Jacob Taylor is coming up after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where James Hurrell has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Vincent. You feel like that was a really, really crucial decider to come through for Hurrell.
Yeah, I think it was. When it comes to the next match, though, for James, it's pretty much out of his hands because he needs someone to be pegged back. So it's strange that the two people above him in the table now, they're obviously going to get further away from him, but he doesn't want that #1 position to get further away. So he can do what he does, but he ultimately does need help.
Yeah, let's have a look at the league table then, because things are very, very interesting, largely thanks to Lisa Ashton with that victory over Barry Van Peer last time out. And quite interestingly, Lisa Ashton, before today's action got underway, said she was really, really struggling with a bad back today. Didn't really show in that one, did it?
This is weird, this group this week, because I've just spoken to James Hurrell, and I said, well played, James. And he said, I think I played better yesterday when I wasn't feeling well. And obviously Lisa is playing a little bit better when she's a bit under the weather with a bit of an injury, but beware the wounded dart player, that's all I can say.
Yeah, I think we saw that from Hurrell at Q School as well, didn't we? We referenced it yesterday, really under the weather there and produced some outrageous numbers. But for Berry, he's up next in a really, really crunch clash. How much are we going to learn about him and the way he responds from that first defeat?
Sometimes it's not about just playing brilliant darts all the time, and you're going to get spells like that, and they're great. But sometimes it's even better to learn about yourself when you're not playing your A-grade stuff. It's about how you respond to adversity. And it's not really adversity for him right now. He's won 6 games out of 7. But this is a really key match to try and keep his position comfortable as opposed to being precarious.
Yeah, and Ryan Harrington, a word on him, because missed 6 match darts against Lisa Ashton, missed all 5 of his darts at the outer ring in his last match. Not looking great for him, but a reminder, of course, we do get underway on Thursday and Friday in Group C from 1 p.m. He actually said when I spoke to him earlier, oh, I actually wouldn't mind playing at 1 p.m. I think I might like to be in that group.
Yeah, but he wants to get some points on the board, doesn't he? I think getting some confidence over the next couple of days is going to be key for Ryan. There have been some really nice moments for him, some good 180s at the starts of matches, especially yesterday. But ultimately, he's got to get more chances, and when he gets them, he's got to start taking them. Find a double that works and keep leaving it.
This next match then, Jacob Taylor, do you see him picking up the points, or is it going to be a return to winning ways for Barry Van Peer?
Based on what we've seen so far, Jacob has been playing at a higher level. But this is the fairest assessment of these players in their head-to-head records in the middle of the campaign. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get a bit of a backlash from Berry.
Yeah, quite ludicrous, as Henry mentioned in commentary, to say that Berry's level has dropped so significantly when he's still averaging in the high 80s. Not bad at all, is it? Let's tuck into this one then and hand back over to Henry Deacon.
It's not at all, and we've been really impressed with these two players on their debuts here at the MODUS Super Series, and this is their biggest battle yet against each other in the middle of the group. Barry Van Peer, as we saw in that previous segment with Abby and Paul on the balcony, is on 12 points. Taylor wins this, it will be 12 points apiece. Taylor wins big, well, we'll be playing around with the legs difference as well. Prior to this one getting underway, Barry Van Peer had a legs difference of +17, Taylor +10. So a big win for Jacob Taylor. He can arrest that gap quite significantly.
First leg, Berry to Hurrell.
We are very much looking forward to this. This could be the highlight game of the day between the group's 2 premier players. So whatever you're doing around this lunchtime, cancel those plans for the next 15, 20 minutes or so, and make sure you do not miss a dart of this.
One thing I'm starting to understand about Jake Taylor is that he is very, very consistent. He can hold a level for a while.
190.
But you get the feeling that Berry's going to have to lift his level. Now let's look at the amount of points that Jacob got in his 3rd game yesterday. He didn't get any against Barry Van Peer. But he did maintain an average of 94 in that game, even though he didn't win a leg. So you do sense that if Berry's to get a 2nd win over Jake Taylor in 24 hours, he's going to need to find something in the region of 7 to 8 points more than what we've seen today.
96.
And already, it's better than previously.
It's like both players know the importance of this game and both have come out the traps quickly. Could this be a 1-6-1 to start?
127.
If they're going to hit each other like this for 7 legs, this is going to be fun. That's a great recovery from Berry. Because let's face it, as soon as he hit the 14, he could have easily pressed the panic button. He didn't do so. He just said, right, I'll hit 11 points this way then. And that's exactly what he did.
Well, if they're going to keep hitting each other like this, so we're going to have to get the health and safety inspector
100.
in.
This is not getting shut down.
87.
I'm going to ask you a question, because this is something that has been circulating for a good couple of years. He's one of maybe
96.
3 players that I know of in World Darts who would do what he's just done. He scored 80 with the first 2 darts and then went for the bull on dart 3
60.
of a leg. Why would he do that? It took me ages to find out. Get her in price. Mensa Sulevic.
60.
On occasion, somebody else might do it. But why? Why would you want to leave 371
100.
or 396? If you think about 396 as the best example of this, because that's what you're going to leave more often than not. 180 off,
96.
180 off, leaves double 18. You hit the 25 or the bull, you can still get a 10 darter. That's what's going through their mind.
96.
It's really clever.
149.
I've heard Jelle Klassen do similar as well, who probably is the best counter in World Darts.
125. Very
Well, right up there.
He is definitely up there. I'd classify this guy as one of the best as well. And you've already said that maybe that's the Dutch
96.
MODUS Super Series World Cup team.
24.
Even Rachel Riley might be a second slower than them. Well, that's awkward for Jacob. Has to move across, as you saw there.
Score.
You only really had that
62.
top corner really to aim at. And is that a crucial passage of play here? He's still not won a leg against Berry Van Peer this week.
Game shown the second leg.
And
Berry
still
Van
hasn't.
Peer.
That's now 6-0. Is there something about Jacob Taylor that really agrees with Berry?
Game on.
Maybe it's just as simple as, I know you're my nearest challenger. You're the person I want to beat more than anybody else.
180.
And as far as lifting his level is concerned, he's doing it.
41.
We've had a bit of a pattern today as well. We started with 3 games that went against the darts.
96.
And then we've just had 3 games that went with the darts. And that correlates perfectly with the rounds of play. Every game in round 1
100.
went against the throw. Every game in round 2 went with the throw. You get the sense that maybe we're going to stay in conjunction with round 2. And I mean with the darts, because this is getting a bit silly
57.
from Berry.
Require 85.
Just the layup,
53.
and that will do.
Well, Berry is finding his field, and boy, is it so sweet.
41.
If he
Berry
gets victory
require
here against
32.
Jacob Taylor, he might find himself in a sweet spot in this group. Can he find the green of double 16?
Game shown
The
third
first
leg,
start was a nice
Berry Van
layup.
Peer.
The second one is in, and it is 7-0 for Berry Van Peer against Jacob Taylor. And the truth is,
Fourth leg,
he's going to have
Jacob
to find every leg from here,
Rovers.
because defeat
Game on.
could be a costly one for the Canadian.
When he got that 4-0 victory against Ryan Harrington, Jake Taylor,
140.
I said to you off the air that he's done himself the world of good points-wise there and leg difference.
140.
Because he got himself within 8 legs of Berry Van Peer at the top. That might all be in vain if he loses 4 here.
134.
I'm going to test your food knowledge now, Henry. because there are berries all over the dartboard, whether they be red or
98.
green. Can you name any berries that are green? Because you know plenty that are red. Raspberries, strawberries.
60.
Does a grape count as a berry?
No, it's not.
Oh, that's
no.
in!
Is it in?
It's in!
Wait,
190. Jacob require
wow.
167.
That's a James Richardson 180. That's extraordinary.
93. Barry require.
Now has he won the
83.
match 4-0? Oh, well. Jacob Taylor's getting a little bit of a reprieve here.
62. Jacob requires 74.
Well, Barry Van Peer has just seen a match that was a dangler. Is Taylor dangling on in this match? It's going to be one dart.
Game shown on the fourth
And he
leg,
finds his
Jacob
first
Taylor.
leg against Barry Van Peer. Well, we saw the brilliance from Barry, but we've seen the sheer consistency
leg,
from
Barry
Taylor
to
with the
the
15
rover.
darter to bring it
Game
back
on.
to 3-1. Well, that time, we can definitely confirm that's a max.
180.
He's had 4 in this game. They're hitting each other with haymaker blow after haymaker
180.
blow. This heavyweight battle is everything we expected and more.
91.
No 9 darter from Berry. However, oh, we were
140.
teased by Jake Taylor. This has been a superb game of darts. And Berry has
60.
made one error in this game. Just one. He missed a single. Cost himself a match dart.
100. Barry
And there's no
require
guarantee
170.
that he will get any more opportunities. However, that was a chance.
96. Jacob require.
But Barry doesn't
81.
go with fish. Gonna be one dart at the bull.
Game
He
shown
finds
on
the
fifth
ball,
leg,
and we're back at
Jacob
3-2. It's a 15 followed by a 12. And suddenly Jacob Taylor has the darts to send us the distance.
Six leg Jacob to throw first.
And that's a nice little
Game
show
on.
of respect from Berry. Wasn't a fist bump, but a little thumbs up to say, yeah, that was a good shot, sir.
100.
He's showing a bit more in the way of courage today, is Jacob Taylor. Yesterday, he had to submit against Berry, but he's not submitting today.
140.
This is a tremendous, tremendous tussle. And it is providing us with what we hoped.
140.
Those are the averages. This is the scoring power pack.
55.
4 maximums, 4 140s for Van Peer. Taylor, the sheer consistency in the ton plus bracket again, twinned by those 140 pluses. He's had a max of his own.
41.
He's got to do what Jack Vincent did in the previous match. He's got to get 4 19s and a 60.
96.
Comes up just short, but at least in the middle of this really good tussle, he's still thinking well, doing the right things.
135.
Just looking at Taylor's best average of the week of 103.66.
56.
That was in a
Jacob
4-0 win.
Maguire, 85.
But I hasten to say, at this point in time, he seems to be playing slightly better than that. Now, is he going to go 25 bull here? Oh, of course he's got the bullseye first.
69.
That's a great bullseye,
Maguire,
but unfortunately, a bad
154.
one for him. It's a big ask, as was the 170 in the previous leg. This one is not going to be taken either.
46.
So from the brink
Jacob requires
of a possible
16.
4-0, we could be going to leg 7.
14.
But then again, we might not.
Barry require 108.
A 108 be great for Berry. to continue his peerless record in this group.
And the match, Barry Van Peer.
He really did have to fight for that. And Barry Van Peer finishes off with a 108 finish to finish off Jake Taylor in what was an incredible game of darts. 5 maximums. The averages 98.12 and 92.55 respectively. A 108 high check at a finish. 4 out of 6 on the doubles of Barry Van Peer. The difference for Jacob Taylor was a 2 out of 9 when it came to the doubles. What a match we have just witnessed at the Live Lounge. We're going to have a lie down and we're going to watch Ryan Harrington against James Hubble when we've recovered after this short break.
So then, Ryan Harrington, as we mentioned a little while ago, missed 6-match darts against Lisa Ashton a little while ago. Missed all 5 of his attempts at the outer ring in his last match, and I'm sure he had his dad's voice in his head at times as he missed a couple of big numbers as well. His one win in Group A did come in this fixture yesterday, though, a 4-1 victory, and he was super clinical in that one with 80% checkout success. As for Hurrell, a crucial win last time out, you feel, coming through a decider in a match where he averaged 10 points more than his opponent. Hurrell can haul himself level with second place Taylor with a win here and make that race for finals night that little bit more exciting. So to guide you through this one, let's hand back to our commentary team.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, this Abby. And I like this Game 8 scenario because it's always the same fixture as the previous day. So it's the fairest reflection of where they stand form-wise over the course of a couple of days. And maybe that's good news for Ryan Harrington because, like Abby just mentioned, Henry, he did win this fixture yesterday by 4 legs to 1, and it was the shining light of what has been a somewhat frustrating campaign so far.
And you feel like at this point, the performances are great, but he feels as if he want to get those victories out to kind of get that confidence of winning. He knows the game is there. I suppose that's the one luxury he does have, is he knows that he's not far off finding that level, but the longer we talk about finding that win, the harder things become.
Game on.
One of the things about playing well
96.
is that you must have the right equipment in your hand. And you've got to have a level of trust with what you're throwing. And right now, I just get the feeling that Hurrell has got more trust in everything that's happening.
140.
Strangely. Like I mentioned to Abby on the balcony after Game 6, James somewhat briefly said to me he felt like he was playing better yesterday
59.
than today. I'd have to disagree with him. I thought he played really resilient stuff yesterday, but I think the quality is on the cusp of getting
100.
really good with James. His concentration around that treble 20 bed today has been excellent. And I think a big performance from him
59.
might not come today, but it's definitely going to come in the next 48 hours.
Well, James Hurrell has his 100% record of always qualifying for Saturday night at the Super
85.
Series, which tells you as the week goes on, he finds something.
He'll be there. I'm absolutely hanging my hat on that one.
81.
I don't have any doubt that Hurrell won't be in Saturday night. He will be there. And he almost reminds me, not in the same sort of way, because of the way he plays,
100.
or the way he conducts himself, but in a qualification sense, he reminds me of Josh Payne from 2022. His record in making Saturday night last year
140.
was
Game requires
outrageous.
76.
Simply outrageous. 88. The angle isn't ideal, hence the shuffle.
60.
That was very close.
Ryan, you require 66.
Might stay there, but he doesn't have to. Decides to move across the board and
Games
take
on the
that first leg.
Ryan Harrington.
Got a chance, took a chance.
Leads by 1-0. I'm going to go
Second
further
leg, James to
on your point.
Hurrell
I
first.
think 4 out of the
Game
6
on.
players in this group make Saturday night. And here's to say 5 out of the 6 can't make Saturday night, which is the maximum number from Group A that can make it to Saturday evening's final.
70.
We've seen Hurrell, we've seen Ashton. On many a Saturday night here at the Super Series, they by and large qualify for Saturday night. Bay of Ampere looks set to be in Saturday night. And you wouldn't
180.
discredit the chances of Jacob Taylor being in Saturday's showpiece occasion. Harrington and Vincent as well in Group C will have a very good chance of
45.
making their way through as well.
The most that you can get from Group A in Saturday night is 5. Because you have the bottom 3 from this group going into Group C, and there's only 2 spots there, so you can't take all 3. But the 2 players who go to Group B on Thursday and Friday, they could both qualify through that, as well as the group winner.
60.
You tend to find that the strength of Group A is not known until Saturday.
137.
Now, what has Ryan Harrington got on James Hurrell, or what does he like about playing Hurrell at this time of day? Because
59.
he's doing
Ryan,
it
you
again.
require 50.
He's finding his best stuff against this guy at this time.
34.
He'll be back. Now, I promised myself this week I wouldn't bring up the Harrington name
26.
too much,
Ryan, you
but
require
I'm
16.
intrigued to get your insight into one thing in the next leg, because it could be imminent.
Game
And
shot
it
the
is.
second leg, Ryan Harrington.
And it must be hard living in the shadow of someone
Third
from
leg,
your
Ryan
family.
to Hurrell first.
It's been difficult for Chris
Game on.
Dolby at the start of his career, but now he's firmly walking on his own. Difficult when your dad is a multiple-time
135.
big stage champion, 2-time world match play champion back in the late 90s. Obviously, Aaron Monk. And we've already talked about
82.
Johnson Jr., who's going to be walking some famous footsteps here at the MODUS Super Series in a couple of weeks. But what do you think the
60.
greatest achievement was of Ryan's father? If I were to give you two options, was it becoming a World Match Play champion twice, or being one of the only world #1 players in PDC history?
59.
Now, if he only won the World Match Play once, then I'd say the world #1. But to defend a title
100.
of the significance of the World Match Play makes you a great of the game.
And he doesn't really work in the sport anymore.
45.
Rod has done his thing. He's done amazing things for the development of the game at both pro, challenge, and development to a level. And it was his decision at the back end of last year to say, I've done my job,
50.
I've done enough, it's over to you guys now. And I admire that, because I think there are other things that he wants to do now. Wants to spend time with his family, wants to do his other
140.
hobbies,
Ryan Jaguar,
and he deserves that
156.
retirement. Now, does Ryan deserve 3-0? That was so good, that first start. It deserved to get another one alongside it.
100.
Now, he's going to get another go because James Hurrell didn't go 25 for the last start. He went for the 25 and got it. He would have left himself on the big
99.
fish.
Ryan Jaguar, 56.
Harrington then for a 3-0 lead.
What would your dad make of this one, Ryan?
24.
Well, one of my
James
commentary
Maguire,
colleagues
76.
almost makes fun of Rod Harrington sometimes and says the switch from the 18 to the 99 is the tricky switch, as we call it. But he's negated that by leaving 16 instead. And James is not getting a shot at a double
Ryan Jaguar, 32.
after having 76, which is an error. This is an ideal scenario for Ryan, and he only needs one more leg for an ideal win. And if he was to win 4-0, he'd be 8-1 up
James to
on Hurrell in the first
Game
2
on.
days of the week, with a game guaranteed tomorrow. And that would get him to 4 points and a leg difference of -10, which would keep him at the foot of the table, but would get him back
60.
into the fight to get back into the top half of this table. And would be a bit bruising for Hurrell. He's trying to get to 10 points.
96.
This is not the ideal scenario for him.
We spoke about James Hurrell's range, and of all the players so far this week being the lowest of which we know we're getting from him, but this is a
100.
severe decline of performance compared to what we've seen from the rest of the week. In fact, it's about 10 points down on roughly anything else that we've seen from him so far this week.
59.
Worryingly, he's only left himself 2 shots at a double in this match. And none of them were double top. It was 2 darts at double
41.
8, and that was a long time ago. Good stuff from Ryan.
137.
Good. Turns into brilliant. What he would give for another one of those.
140.
But we know how resilient James Hurrell is. He's already hit a 160 today. He might need another one.
83. James Jaguar, 160.
Again? I said again?
120.
Wasn't far off. And now
Ryan Jaguar,
Harrington gets a really good look.
126.
Stay there. It's the bull. The
79.
line was good, but again,
James
it's one of those
Jaguar,
darts that's
40.
drastically low. That has been his miss all day.
Game shot on the
And that
fourth
miss
leg,
costs him.
James Hurrell.
It means that we have a leg 5.
Leg 5 that Harrington didn't expect, but one which he is
Display
going to
line
have
to
the darts
Hurrell
in
first.
to
Game
get the
on.
job done by 4 legs to 1, which was the MO score that we saw yesterday here at the Super Series.
134.
Solid start, and that effectively brings Hurrell out to bat straight away. It's effectively being in the last over of a T20 match, and you're needing 6s and 4s.
134.
Well, he's found his little 4. He trickles his way down to the boundary.
Are you trying to tell me that if we are going to elevate the performance
41.
of a referee, we need to give them hand signals for 180s? Like 4s or 6s. I can't imagine George Noble or Kirk Bevins doing a waving of the hand
140.
for a 180. That just doesn't sit right with me.
You not just do the, finger up or something like
Not
that?
doing the Billy Bowden
140.
for a number 6. Come on, that's not right. I know we want to try and change things up here at the Super Series a bit. We might have just gone a little bit too far there.
140.
Might have to move now. That's a blocker.
58.
Hurrell
Danger
is just
wire 87.
making inroads in this game. Double 5.
82.
It's another chance.
Ryan,
He
your
couldn't
wire
take 126 on the
128.
ball. He's not going to take 128 either.
56. James, you require 5.
One of those shots that nobody practices. But everybody should.
1.
Harrington
Ryan, you
gets
require
a second bite
72.
of the cherry this time. And it's easier than any shot he's had for the match so far. Double top.
52.
There was nothing in the way.
James, you require
And it was a
4.
lot closer than his previous match start at the Bull.
It's the Mad House to extend this contest. It's next door to his favoured tops,
2.
but he can't find it, and so Harrington
Ryan, you
to
require
finally
20.
finish this match off once double 10.
It's a
Game shot
positive
and a
game
match
for
for
Ryan
Ryan
Harrington
Harrington.
again. Number 8, because he's done exactly what happened on Monday. 4 legs to 1, and he does find his way to 4 points eventually. He's had trials and tribulations over the last 36 hours or so, but this time it's glee for him, winning by 3 legs. And you have to say that Hurrell did have his chances to keep that game going, but ultimately went round the houses just a little bit too much. When it comes to the end of round 3, that's imminent, because Lisa Ashton will take on Jack Vincent after this.
Match number 9 then, and it's the Lancashire Rose who's had a little while to wait since a fantastic win over Berry Van Peer last time out. She remains the only player to have defeated the Dutchman in Group A, and she's actually the only player unbeaten on day 2 here at the Super Series. Can she make it 3 from 3 here against Jack Vincent, who was the 4-1 winner when the two met yesterday, largely thanks to his superior scoring. In terms of the race for Group B qualification, this feels like a really significant one, so let's get straight back to Henry and Nico.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, it is, because now it's all about keeping tabs on James Hurrell, which is now more manageable. For Lisa Ashton, a victory by any margin, she goes into 3rd place in the Group A table. And what a Tuesday she has had so far. She beat Ryan Harrington 4-3 in the opening game of the day before, then proceeding to win another 4-3 against Berry Van Peer. So she knows how to get it done, and she knows how to find a way to win here at the Super Series. As for Jack Vincent, we're seeing signs again, an 87.5 in that defeat to James Hurrell last time out. Are we still looking to maybe find that consistent level from Jack? Because we're seeing some good stuff, but then also 1 or 2 games in the day where he's just dipping a little bit below.
I think sometimes with a player like Jack, we obviously know that he's got talent. Some of the statistics that he's given us over the last couple of days prove that that low to mid-90s range is very achievable. But it is finding that one key ingredient, that one key thing that he can repeat to continuously give him that. I don't know if he knows what it is yet. And if he's searching for it, when you find it, remember it. Too often, as dart players, we do things on a brilliant day. We'll go and win a tournament or have a great day on the MODUS Super Series. The worst thing you can do is say, I played brilliant today, but I don't know why. This could be a really good process of discovery for him this week, if he has to find that next level.
Jack's a very not deeply analytical player, but he is the type of player that will go back, he'll watch his matches, he will look at what's good, what can be worked upon. He does scrutinise his game, but analyse the game. There is a difference between analytics and scrutiny.
60. Jack,
and upstairs, he's very, very switched on.
Do you think Lisa Ashton does that? The answer is no. She plays the game in a somewhat very similar vein to that of Dave Chisnell. She goes up, she sees, she hits, she moves on. She doesn't dwell.
100. Jack, you require 84.
First chance, JV. Needs a red. Gets the black. Now needs another red.
59.
Gets the green.
Elise, you require 56.
Whenever you do, just don't touch the blue. Tops are Ashton for the
leg.
opening leg. Where's the tops going? Abby must be thinking she's working on the wrong sport again.
Second leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Well, the first leg in 17, will we be going under in Sam Fender fashion?
That is a tune.
45.
That's something we can both agree on. Sam Fender is an elite musician.
Finally, someone who agrees.
Who is not agreeing with that?
85.
You won't be surprised about one of them.
I'm not even going to acknowledge people who don't think Sam Fender's good. Anyway, moving on. You mentioned that Lisa Ashton winning this game by any margin would get her to 3rd position. When you consider going into game 15 yesterday,
60.
She was without points. Leg difference wasn't good. That 4-0 win against Harrington has changed everything.
140.
It's the equivalent of getting an equaliser at 45 minutes as opposed to going in for the half-time Oranges at 1-0 down. Or even 2-0 down. Getting that goal just before half-time, that's the equivalent of what Lisa did yesterday in her last game. Because look what's happened since then. She's on a 3-match winning streak And she's definitely playing better now than she has at any point.
This is what world champions, multiple world champions do.
140.
They
Alicia Hoare,
extract
76.
everything they need to extract to find that next level. And that's exactly what she's done in the intervening period of yesterday to today. She's looking for a 15 if she could have
66.
found the double 10 there.
Jack, you require
Is she going to get another go?
120.
Will Vincent go Shanghai?
Bit higher. Lost the line.
44. Alicia require 10.
She's very aggressive on these shots.
Game shot
Told
on the
you.
second leg, Lisa Ashton.
A more defensive player would have gone a good 1.5 centimeters high just to gauge what is needed for that 10-pointer.
Third leg Jack to Thoreau.
No hesitation
Game on.
from a world champion. Straight in there, 2-0.
Well, we said 17 going under. That was 16, and maybe we're just getting started.
81.
I don't know who Lisa Ashton's into when it comes to music. We know that
140.
because we talked about her walk-on music yesterday by Gabriella Chilmy. Wonder who she likes. I think that'd be a really good segment, actually, and I hope the producers are listening to this.
60.
Ask all of the players what kind of music they're into. What's their favourite movie? I'm really interested in things like that because it tells us something about them.
134.
Feel like that's a segment of the show. Yeah, players' preferences or something like that.
Yeah, favourite dish, favourite movie, favourite music artist.
56.
Maybe favourite dart player. Would tell you a little bit more about that person as well.
100.
Who's your favourite dart player? I've never asked you that.
I am a journalist.
You sounded like Edward Fawkes there.
100.
I'm from
Alicia
Japan.
Hoare, 127.
1, 2, 7. And
87.
knew she was going to do that. Do you know what that layup was like for Lisa? As we say, a great 180 from Jack. It was as if to say that Kobe Bryant had the basketball, and he was going to dunk it, then he thought, you know what, Shaq's
30.
behind me, I'll just give it to you.
Jack, you require 24.
But unfortunately, Shaq missed the basket. Looks like the ball may have been stolen.
Game shot on the third leg, Jack Vincent.
And there you go, it's 2 points the other way in basketball terms, and Jack Vincent's been given a bit of a freebie.
Fourth leg, Lisa.
Less Harlem Globetrotters, more Jack Vincent,
Game
go
on.
getter.
I was trying to think of the ideal person to have stolen the ball at that point in the basketball match. It's
100.
probably David Robinson from the San Antonio Spurs. Hang on a minute.
140.
Somebody's been talking to Jack, haven't they? Because he's getting a bit more positive with these darts
121.
towards the 60. There's a bit more force in that throw now. He's becoming a bit more aggressive, which I think it suits him. He's just making sure that the darts aren't short.
60.
They're 3 good darts. He gets a kind of deflection. He's got at least a ton there. That's encouraging stuff.
And he's got a bit more of a
81.
firmer release now than what he had earlier on in the day.
Well, with his throw, you can't feather it. You can't tickle it into the board. It's got to be an aggressive follow-through. And his weight of the dart has been so
83.
much better for me today. It's been a bit erratic at times. I remember earlier in the day he had a big 5, which was probably about half an inch under the double 5.
177.
But predominantly he has played better on the weight of the dart. But that's not his biggest issue. It's Ashton getting things like 177s to leave double 11. That's his issue.
44. Alicia require 22.
I don't know about you, but Lisa Ashton can't take the 22.
14.
But everything will be all right because Vincent's not on a finish. There's still a blank space in this leg waiting to be written.
98.
That's a nice leave,
Easier wire 8.
just in case.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Lisa.
Not to be, though. Ashton, with a 3-1 lead, is looking to reverse things from yesterday. Vincent won 4-1 against
Fifth
the
leg
darts.
jack to Thorovers.
And that's the same
Game
today.
on.
It's Ashton against the darts, and it looks to be working for her. And we are looking to break a bit of a streak, because in the last 5 games,
180.
they've all been won with the throw.
60.
If Jack Vincent is going to do it, he's going to have to win the lot.
He's not playing poorly. They're not that far apart in the average, but look at Jack with the 180s. He's got 2. Lisa yet to get 1.
45.
And that's one of the markets that you can have a little flutter on today. Most 180s by a player in a match. And just remember, it is over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information. Please gamble responsibly. You might be hunting down another one.
140.
2 more rounds of matches after this.
100. Jack, you require 136.
Ashton has games against Hurrell and Jacob Taylor to come. And they are 2 players that are currently above her.
104.
I say currently because that might not last long. But it does depend on whether Lisa gets one more leg in this contest.
100. Jack, you require 32.
You don't think it's going to be in leg 5?
Well, something cataclysmic is going to happen if that's the case.
Game shot on the fifth
Found his
leg,
way there,
Jack
didn't he? The
Vincent.
first start was not good. But the way he was able to just work his way through to that green bed, that
Sixth
was
leg,
very
Lisa
impressive.
to Thorovers. Game on. $46.
I wonder what would constitute a successful week for Jack. Earlier on Monday, we had an interview with Barry Van Peer.
137.
And he was very eloquent in talking to you, Henry, about his goal for this week is just to make Saturday. Do you think Jack's ambition is the same?
100.
If you're looking at improvement every single time you're here, remember this is Jack's second appearance at the Super Series. You'd think improvement would be finding a way of qualifying for Saturday night, whether that's through Group B or Group C.
134.
And if you don't win Group A, what happens in it is kind of irrelevant. Because everybody, no matter what group you're in,
140.
is back on 0 points on Thursday and Friday.
We reference it a lot. The first week that we were here, in fact, the first night we were here,
140.
it was won by Kieran Tian of Ireland. And that week in Southampton for qualifying, he was bottom of Group A.
135. Jack, you require 90.
Now we've got ourselves a leg. Both on 2 darters. 1 to take us to leg 7, 1 to win it. Bullseye.
60.
Straight,
Raise, you require 80.
but too much juice. Not straight. Can she recover? The answer is no. And Vincent, who gets his darts to lie a little bit left
59. Jack, you require 30.
of centre. Point in, flight left. This is not an ideal shot for him.
Game shot on the
What
sixth
do I
leg,
know?
Jack
That's
Vincent.
aggressive. Very assured. And now Ashton has to break in the last leg to get
Seventh and
her
final leg,
third win
Jack
of the day,
to
to remain
Thorovers.
undefeated on Tuesday.
Game on.
Certainly from a position of peril, he has the throw to win the match. And well, this would be a result
85.
that's beneficial not just to Jack, but also to James Hurrell. As I say, any victory for Lisa
100.
would put her third.
Well, Jack's just gone 15 darter, 13 darter with his opponent on 3 legs. That tells me a little bit more about him.
60.
I'm impressed. Without being wowed, I'm impressed.
100.
And in a funny sort of way, at his age, with his experience, I'd rather be impressed than wowed. Because I think we expect too much of 21-year-olds, 22-year-olds these days.
40.
We expect them all to be as good as Josh Rock. That's not going to be the case. You're going to get players like James Hurrell,
45.
who maybe take a bit of time. They take 7 or 8 years to find their best. We might not get the best from this young man until he's around 30, which is fine. But we are getting some of his best
180.
in the last couple of legs, and indeed this last leg decider.
85. Jack your
And watch his walk back
136.
from the jockey after that last visit. There was poise, there was purpose. He was ready to come back. He was raring to come back. Is he raring for the win? Couldn't find the second treble, but he will set up well enough.
She managed to win 4-3 against Berry Van Peer. She needs to dodge match shots if it's to be 4-3 against Jack Vincent. Double 10. And she has dodged them.
Alicia require 40.
This is a slightly charmed existence that she's led here in leg 7.
30.
And is unable to rubber stamp it.
Jack you require 20.
And so Vincent for victory. Once again against the 4-time world champion. Double 5. Inside.
No score.
And so the Lancashire Rose returns.
Alicia require 10.
Just rushed it. Simple as that. Does he pay the price on double 1? Yes.
And the match.
Slightly
Lisa
unconventional, but typically Lisa Ashton, who again finds a very unconventional finish, but gets the points. She remains undefeated for Tuesday, and she's now in 3rd position in the table on 8 points with a slightly better leg difference than that of the England captain, James Hurrell. This is a really interesting table all of a sudden, and it may get even more interesting when Ryan Harrington takes on Berry Van Peer next.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
And a reminder that you can book your free tickets for finals night by visiting dartshop.tv. Berry Van Peer then, who looks to be edging closer to becoming the first player through to Saturday's finals night. We wondered how he'd respond to being defeated for the first time in Group A in his second game of the day. Well, he answered those questions quite emphatically, didn't he? Averaging 98 with 4 from 6 on his doubles next time around. Can he back it up here and really extend his lead at the top of the table to 6 points before Taylor plays his penultimate game? He's up against Ryan Harrington, who'll be feeling significantly better, having recorded his first win of the day last time out. To see who picks up the points in this one, let's hand back to Henry and Nico.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. And if Berry Van Peer wins here, he moves into a significant mark, 16 points, and he would be 6 in front of Jacob Taylor, who he defeated last time out. But Ryan Harrington showed signs in that last game against James Hurrell. It was an 84.16 average in the end, caveated by 9 missed doubles, but it was just something about him that felt different in that game against the Hillbilly.
I think he likes playing the middle match, because the only matches he's won so far this week have been his third game of 5. Now he's got to reverse things. Let's see what he can do against Van Peer in game 4 of the day.
To Hurrell first. Game on.
And it is significant, Henry, because if Van Peer was to win this game, he is guaranteed to be leading overnight.
85.
And the only way he would be leading by only 2 points is if he was to lose one of these matches before the end of the day. And if Jacob Taylor was to beat Jack Vincent next
58.
and beat Lisa Ashton in game 15, there are still plenty of permutations about league position before Wednesday to come.
100.
So don't go far.
It is still too early to give a king his coronation, but what we can do is look at the road ahead.
96.
When is the coronation? Is it on May the 8th?
The weekend's on the 6th, but I don't actually know what date they're actually doing it.
Yeah, I think it's the 8th.
180.
I'm not going to chastise Berry Van Peer for leaving 165 because he couldn't have left to finish. That maximum was
96.
brilliant. First of the game. And they both left bogey numbers.
133.
We need to find out the coronation's actually Roy Cropper.
I think that says more about you than anything else, Henry.
58. Berry requires
If it was the
32.
coronation of Roy Cropper, it means that everybody gets a bacon bap and a side of
On the first
beans.
leg, Berry Van Peer.
But that's a 13 darter, and that's what you're getting for leg 1. He has been tested
Berry to Hurrell
today,
first.
but like
Game
Abby
on.
said, the way he responded in his third game of the day in beating Jacob Taylor by 4 legs to 2, it's almost as if someone's given him
180.
license to go and do whatever he wants again.
140.
Is everyone just going to play well against Ryan Harrington? Is that just going to be the theme of this week?
I don't think James Hurrell would
96.
agree with that. He hasn't played his best against Ryan by any stretch. But I think everybody else has.
97.
The way that I see it, from a commentator's point of view, is that when someone doesn't qualify from Group A,
96.
it's disappointing for the player, but it's good for us because we get to see them play more darts. And we get to know more about them. we put them in slightly stressful situations and learn more about their
59,
abilities.
Barrier require 129. $64.
The more I look at those darts of his, the taller they get. I think they're growing. Don't give Peter Wright any ideas. Darts that grow.
But like Rumpelstiltskin, wasn't it?
70. Barrier requires 65.
Too good.
53.
Not good enough.
Ryan, you require 135.
So one of these earlier from Ashton. We're not going to see another. He really fancied it after that bullseye as well. 45 would have left tops.
77. Barrier require 12. Game's
Wonderfully
on the
done on the
second
3
leg,
o'clock
very
double.
here.
And he's now 2-0 up in no time at all. Less than 3 minutes and 40 seconds for the first couple of
Third leg,
legs.
Ryan to throw first.
Nobody's
Game
going to get a quicker leg today than Lisa Ashton, who started a match in 53 seconds. That was against Barry Van
100.
Peer. She took the very first leg in 53 seconds.
The quickest I can remember is Danny Lauby getting one done in the space of 47.
140.
Why am I not surprised? He's the fastest dart slinger
44.
in the world. I don't think that can be ignored. There are some other quick players. Barry's not exactly a slouch.
170.
That was creative. But Danny Lauby is definitely the quickest player on planet darts.
77.
Even quicker than Ricky Evans.
There's spotters all around the world that hope that they never meet at the World Championship.
96.
We all want it to happen at some point. And that's when you need an elite spotter. An elite match director.
100.
To keep up with that,
Barrier
you're
require
going to have
95.
steam coming off that keyboard. Double 19
Game's
gives
on the
him a
third
12
leg,
darter and a
very
3-0
here.
lead. This is not taking long.
Well, the quickest game in the history of the Super Series is 5 minutes 48
Barry
seconds. Not
to
going to quite
throw
head
first.
there. 5
Game
minutes
on.
6 for 3 legs. But this is fast. This is furious. This is good.
190. $60. $100.
Do you know what, Henry? I can't even remember what my tips were from this morning. But I think it's about to come in.
55.
It's like we know what we're talking about every now and then.
Every now and again, not all the time. I get it wrong just as much as
100.
everybody else does.
You have to let me know what getting it right sounds like and feels like.
I'm sure you get it right now and again.
59. Barrier
Even a broken
require
clock's right twice a day.
121.
I love that saying. I've been using it a lot lately.
41.
Well, Barry Van Peer has been, I hate to use a bit of a pun word here, but imperious.
96. Barrier require 80.
Look at this. Let's see where he finishes, shall we? Right there is where he finishes. It's a PB from BVP because that is equal to nothing that we've seen this week. Absolutely astonishing, and he gets it done in just over 6.5 minutes as well. That was a bruising performance from the man who stays at the top of the table and will do so on 16 or 18 points at the end of the day. Take a bit of a breather after that one, and when we come back, it will be Jacob Taylor trying to keep pace with Barry Van Peer up against Jack Vincent.
Well, we have just seen the performance of the week from Berry Van Peer, an average in excess of 107. It took him just 6 minutes and 41 seconds to complete a sensational victory. Next up, looking to close the gap to 4 points once again on Van Peer at the top of the table. Jacob Taylor looking for his third win of the session. His one defeat, of course, inflicted by Van Peer last time out in a high-quality, highly entertaining encounter. He responded well to defeat yesterday, though. Can he do the same here against Vincent, who's shown a lot of resilience in his matches today? He may not have won any of them, but he certainly asked questions of his opponents. Let's find out then how this one unfolds and hand back to our commentary team.
Well, I have just 3 words, Abby, to say to both of these players. Follow that, lads, because that was an incredible performance from Berry Van Peer, and Jacob Taylor still tried to keep tabs with the Dutchman at the top of the table. Everything from now on is must win.
Jacob Taylor now knows that he's not going to be at the top of the table at the end of Tuesday, but he won't mind that as long as he's top of the table at the end of Wednesday. Many a time I have seen matches where someone is never in front until the very last dart. That may just happen again. It might happen with Jake Taylor just plodding his way through the rest of today and waiting for that one key time where BVP is not on it. He can take advantage, but I just get the feeling, a very strong feeling,
First leg, Jacob to throw first. Game on.
that in order for this man to top the Group A table, he's got to beat him tomorrow.
Have you ever seen the film Cars?
140.
Yes.
Do you remember at the start of that film when Lightning McQueen and the Piston Cup was flying away with things, and then he had that damaged tyre and he had to try and make his way to the finishing line, but he couldn't quite. That could happen in Group A.
Sometimes you need to be a bit more of a veteran like that car in that town that he's in, and just you need to learn from the more the veterans who teach you how to skid around a corner.
Chick Hicks.
I was a Mater man myself. He's my favourite character in that movie. I actually have a squash toy of Mater in one of my memory boxes. It's a gift from an old friend of mine.
41.
As I say, life is a highway.
Who sang that? I'm testing you now. But we're testing Jack Vincent as well, because he's the only person without a victory today. And to get it against Jacob Taylor is going to be very, very difficult, because he's been super consistent today. Even though
100.
he did lose in round 3. But if you look at his averages, not just today, but yesterday as well, he's proving to be like a player that I really, really like,
45.
who is no longer going to grace the MODUS Super Series this year or next year, at least, but was very, very good last year. Daniel Closer.
60.
All he's doing is just the same stuff every single game. Consistent brilliance, picking off shots, being very hard to beat.
60. Jacob, you require 20.
Haven't seen him down on double 10 much.
Game shot on the first leg. Jacob
He'll think that's a bit of a
Taylor.
shame, because he made that look pretty simple.
Mind you, it's not needed double 10 because he's been so good on tops.
I think it'd be very wise of us, you know, to have a little word with Jacob at some point this week. Maybe sit down with him for 5 or 6 minutes and just grab a word with him and just talk about what it's like to travel from where he is in Canada to what he's doing now, his journey. And are there any other players from Newfoundland, Labrador, where he's from?
Second leg, Jack to throw
Will
first.
there possibly be
Game on.
more players coming from where he is? We just don't know. Maybe we can get an insight from Jacob.
And there's so many other Canadian players as well out there. I mean, Sean Burt, who beat Connor Scott and had darts, to knock Thibaut Treacle out of Lakeside last year. Rory Hanson, another good Canadian player.
83.
Yeah, Rory's a good player. They're all made of very stern stuff, aren't they? And it's a very large country.
100.
Do you remember Kenny McNeil?
Name rings a bell.
Yeah, played World Cup darts with John Part. Played on the PDC circuit and had some good results. He's been quiet the last few
85.
years. He does scaffolding and other stuff in minus 30, 35 temperatures. He is a remarkably strong individual. Don't be surprised
38.
if someone like him was to make a return. Canada is full of great players. But money talks.
125.
Exposure talks. Not everybody can get a seat at the table.
This is another one of our ideas. North American Group A.
I am
81.
absolutely all over that. And we all know, because we've said it over the last few weeks. Come Super Series 4, which starts
100.
after the next Champions Week, you're going to see a lot more from the Oceanic region because ADC Oceania is starting to make its presence felt. We will see more players from Australia and New Zealand than ever
45.
before.
Jacob
And I, for one, am very
108.
excited about that.
We call it an international tournament, and it has international flavour. I mean, the last winner was Australian, for
40.
goodness sake.
Matt Edgar coined a great line, which he gets full credit for. This is where worlds collide. ADC, WDF, PDC Challenge Tour,
138. Jacob
CDC,
68.
DPA. Name your acronym. This is where they can all collide.
28.
Boy, that was close to a 2-0
Jack
lead.
Uruguay, 56.
Can't miss this chance. And
Each on the
doesn't.
second leg, Jack
He
Vincent.
did have his chance to beat Lisa Ashton. And you just wonder if he's been
Hurrell
stewing on
Jacob
that the
to
last 20
Hurrell
minutes.
first. Game on.
He will know that he's going to
80.
have to up it to beat Taylor here. Taylor's actually just dropping below what we've seen from him, but it's still 82. It's still 1 from 4 on the doubles.
100.
Where else in the world do you think we can find dart players to come here to the MODUS Super Series, just off the top of your
140.
head? Because our producers here are looking at Australia, they're looking at New Zealand, obviously North America, with the likes of Leonard Gates and Jacob Taylor this week.
100.
Scandinavia, we've had a couple of Danish players, had a couple of Swedish players here, but I think that's a region that I think can really, really strengthen as time goes on. And also,
60.
hopefully, there's a lot of good work being done in Africa at the minute, and there's being money injected into it. Devon Peterson's doing a great job in doing that. There's got to be somewhere
140.
a system that maybe we bring a couple of players from there. Let's have a, if we want to be an international sport, we got to look at that area as a possibility for expansion.
140.
I don't think he's
Jack
the only
Uruguay,
person looking at Africa either.
161.
I think there are, maybe in the next 6 or 7 years, big things imminent with the African continent.
65. Jacob Uruguay, 81.
That's not ideal. So it's got to be the layup
41.
and the hope that Jack does not convert
Jack
96.
Uruguay, 96.
99.999% of players go for treble 20 here. And the other one is Eric Claris, who will go treble 16.
Talk about
56.
nightmares for spotters.
Jacob Uruguay, 40.
Oh, yeah.
Just go full board.
Game shot
Just
the
go
third
tops,
leg,
Taylor.
Jacob Taylor.
Tops for Taylor. We've heard that a few times before. 16 darts at leads 2-1.
Fourth leg jack
And he's
to
incrementally
Throw
getting
first.
better
Game on.
in this game, which will be worrying news for Jack Vincent.
You've just made me think.
80.
I wonder how many times Phil Taylor hit double top for a world title. I'm going to look into that. Just give me a minute.
85.
Let's take that with say. It only takes a minute, Paul.
$95.
Meanwhile here, Taylor, he's just steady.
99.
He just knows what he's got to do. Gets the job done. There's no fuss. There's no shenanigans around him. Vincent finds the game's first mac to leave himself on a finish after 9. With the darts here in the 4th. He has been good with throw.
58. Jack require 146.
I will give you the answer to that in the next leg, because I have my own personal database about winning doubles for world championships.
34.
So when this is over, you'll find out how many times Phil Taylor hit double top to win a world title.
59. Jack require 112.
I'd say answers on a postcard, but they wouldn't get here in time, because the leg might be over in as little as 10 seconds.
$61.
Probably too quick to type a tweet out, to be honest.
Taylor's missed the chance here
60.
of going 3-1 up. He's
Jack
slowed down
require
dramatically
51.
here in leg 4. A worrying sign when you think about it. And it's tops. The jack.
31. Jacob require 140.
Not going to get the big out here either.
60.
Just
Jack require
ambling
20.
towards winning this leg. 18 darts thrown and still 80 left. One of the poorest legs he's had this week. 2 5s. And you can't do that. You can't give someone like Taylor
No score.
an extra chance.
Jacob require 80.
And you could see in his facial reaction there, Jack Vincent, and that was a key opportunity that may have passed him by.
40.
But he's going to get another go.
Jack require 20.
This is a big passage of play for a number of reasons. Vincent stares down the double 10, which he
Change on the fourth
finds
leg,
to
Jack
level this
Vincent.
game up at 2 apiece. Victory here for Vincent will put him onto 6 points, put him back in the race for third
Fifth leg,
place,
Jacob
but it would
to
actually
Hurrell first.
suck
Game
Jacob
on.
Taylor potentially back into that race. And beyond that, Barry Van Peer
100.
will play before Jacob Taylor next time round. And so before Taylor plays Ashton in the final game of the session, he could have an 8-point lead.
100.
He gets an 8-point lead. He's not losing this table at all. Do you want to know the answer then?
Go on then.
I'm going to
100.
ask you to guess. 16-time world champion. How many times did he win a world title on double top?
I'm going to say 5.
Our survey said
61.
wrong answer. Twice. Maybe his most famous world title win, his second world title win in 1992, beating Mike Gregory on tops in a brilliant last leg decider. Still my favourite game of all time. But he won the 2000 PDC World Championship on tops as well.
125.
Everything else
Jacob require
on something else.
161.
And he has never won a world championship on the bull.
100.
Can I safely assume double 16 was his most prolific for a world title?
It's the most prolific of any double for a world title. In fact, it's been hit in all of the BDO World Championships 12 times. In the
60.
PDC, I believe it's 8.
Jacob
So
Require
20
61.
occasions it's been hit to win a world title. How about double 8? That was hit for the most recent one.
57.
But Leg 5 is not won by Taylor.
155.
Not just yet.
Well, Vincent will be hoping for the southern end of the border as opposed to the northern part.
99. Jacob, you require 4.
Just got to get a hold of this game. Take control. Might be a kind bouncer, that one.
Game
Ooh, and a little bit
third,
of flight
Jacob
action as
Taylor.
well. Just guiding it towards the double 2 bed. And it is a 3-2 lead, admittedly, in one of the most workmanlike
Six
games
leg
that we've
jack
had over the
to
last couple of
Hurrell
days.
first. Game on.
Grafting towards the win, whoever is the victor of these 2 points.
I'm going to keep testing you here, Henry.
100.
How many PDC World Championships have been won on the bull?
59.
You're going to run out of time in a minute. I'm going to start putting a ticker on.
1.
Correct. Just the one.
100.
MVG 2017.
Am I right in saying that Neil Duff and Bo Greaves won both theirs on tops at Lakeside?
93.
You should know more than me. You were the press manager. Maybe that's a realistic goal for Jack Vincent over the next maybe 3 or 4 seasons to get himself to something like a WDF World Championship at Lakeside.
85.
At the age of Jack right now, maybe development tour is a really good way of looking at things to try and progress to a level. Maybe go in the same direction as a Jared Cole.
59.
Look at someone who is maybe 2 years older than you and see how they've progressed. See if you can mimic what they've done.
100.
I guarantee you that Jacob would like to do what Matt Campbell's done, what Jeff Smith has done. And he's already referenced Matt Campbell in his interview with you yesterday.
46.
He believes
Jacob
that because he's beaten those players before, he can do what those players are doing.
Can Taylor do what Van Peer did yesterday? Not on this occasion. And so Vincent back for the 136 to send us all the way.
Jack,
Now, you said at the beginning of the programme, we didn't see any 4-3s yesterday. You expected the games to be tighter today. Well, we could be going all the way to a deciding leg again. Another one of them for double 8. Oh, it's just the other side of the wire.
Jacob requires 68.
And he gets absolutely nothing. Jacob Taylor
36.
almost got everything.
Jack require 136.
And now, because of that bust shot, he has to go all the way back to 136, as opposed to going for something like double 8 or double 4. How many times do we see it? He goes and fixes it. That's fantastic from Jack Vincent. And you've just learned a bit more about Jack. You bust 136, then you take 136. I guarantee you that is incredibly hard to do.
That is the equivalent of, in the NFL, you've got a Hail Mary punt. It misses, but the flag goes up. You get a second go at it. And then you find that winning kick.
Fair to say this session today is taking a bit longer because of the amount of matches that are going the distance. Right now, I think Barry Van Peer is hoping that Jack Vincent finds more of those treble 20s, but I've got bad news for you, Barry. That shot may have just woken Taylor up.
60. 85.
It really has. 1-5-3 after 9 is an excellent effort when you've got the darts in a last leg decider. Vincent, even with a maximum, can't get within a dart of a finish.
81. Jacob Iroquois, 100.
So 6 for the match. He has been made to work for this one. He's had to graft for this win, but it is well within his grasp now as he lays up double 8 after 12 darts to move within 4 points of Berry Van Peer.
140. Jacob Iroquois, 16.
Had 2 match darts in the previous leg. Has 2 bouncers.
Game shot, and the match.
And he has
Jacob
2 points.
Taylor.
Severely tested by Jack Vincent was Jake Taylor there, but he does get himself up to 12 points in the table now, and again he's within 4 points of Berry Van Peer at the top. But that's not his problem. They've both got 1 match remaining, and he can only get maybe within 2 points by the end of the day, but he will need favours for that. Before we get to round number 5 for the day, we've got James Hurrell up against Lisa Ashton to end round 4.
Lisa Ashton then the only unbeaten player on day 2. 3 wins from 3 so far here at the Super Series. Averaged a shade below 88 in her 4-3 win over Vincent last time out. Looking to carry that run on against a player she's in a tussle with to end the day in a Group B spot. James Hurrell, of course, his 1 win today coming over Jack Vincent, but his average dropped 13 points in his next match with some uncharacteristically poor finishing. Which of these two will move on to 10 points in the table? Nico, what do you think?
I think this fixture, Abby, doesn't really get the credit it deserves. We've got one of the greatest ladies of all time up against the current England captain. And this is not even the PDC Pro Tour. I think this is a great fixture. And we're also looking at Lisa Ashton as someone who was the only undefeated player today. If that continues, she'll be on 8 points for the day, 10 in the table, and then would have a 2-point gap over said James Hurrell. This is an interesting encounter to end round 4. And Lisa does not have the darts this time, but that hasn't stopped her before, Henry.
This is the sort of fixture the MODUS Super Series is all about.
James to
The best
first.
playing
Game
the
on.
best. And we have 2 of the best outside the 128 in action for you here.
Do you know what as well? And I'd like to divert away from what I've just said for just a minute.
121.
This place has found good dart players out.
60.
It has given a home to certain players. But we've also found great things from this as well. New spotters, new directors, and new referees.
Danny McNamara, who has done an absolutely fantastic
60.
job over the last couple of weeks. Part of our brilliant team. Spearheaded by Charlie Corsafine with the likes of Owen Binks as well as part of the team.
100.
Paul Hinks, the legendary referee as well.
I'd say a little bit of Justin Bradshaw at the end of the week as well.
It's his birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday, Justin.
60.
I hope you're right about that. I've just said happy birthday to someone who I hope it's their birthday.
41.
We could be like Radio 2. Should just do birthday shout-outs for an hour.
Nope. I don't think our executive producer would admire us for that. I think we need to focus on the fact that this is a battle between 3rd and 4th in the
140.
table. And the only thing that separates them in the table is one leg.
45.
After a day and a half.
120.
Both have 8 points. Leg difference of -5 for James, -4 for Ashton. Is that telling us that they really are
50.
on a somewhat even keel right now? The more information we get, the more matches they play this week,
140.
the more accurate our answer will be.
70.
Double top.
Game shot on the first leg. James
Merciless on double top. He's fast becoming one of the best double top shooters here at the MODUS Super Series of anybody.
Hurrell. Second leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
We ask questions when he misses one. That's how good he is at it.
Even when he drops the dart and he has to reset,
85.
he still finds it.
I do wonder, James is one of the most prolific players when it comes to playing events on the WDF
177.
circuit. Whether we know what those tournaments are like on the floor, where you play very early in the morning and you play throughout the course of the day.
59.
And he's had such success in those types of competitions, whether that gives him a distinct advantage when it comes to this competition and starting at this time of day.
97.
I think it's a good point, actually, because if you talk about players coming off the PDC Pro Tour, like Steve West last week,
59.
I don't think he'd mind me saying, because I spoke to him last Tuesday, how are you getting on, Steve? And he said, just got to get used to the early mornings. That was interesting, because you say that WDF players will play
100.
very early, like 9:30 in the morning. PDC Pro players do not. They start now at 1 o'clock in the afternoon,
45. James require
bit like we will
127.
on Thursday and Friday with Group C. So it may be more of an adjustment coming to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth
87.
for some rather than others. Didn't work out too badly for Steve. He did win week 7. And we'll see more of him
20.
in early May.
And we
James
cannot
require
wait.
40.
Well, usually he takes it out, but he won't this time round. Doesn't really matter because Ashton's back on 213, but he
30.
didn't want to go inside with the last dart because now he returns for the very, very tricky looking double 5.
If he goes for double 5 and he delivers the same weight of dart as he had at tops, this is in. This one should be.
Game shown the second leg.
Perfectly
James
pitched.
Hurrell.
Really used that second dart bouncer well for a 2-0 lead. He could well be the person to inflict the first defeat on the Lancashire Rose today.
Game on.
But let's face it, she has diced with defeat all day. 4-3, 4-3, 4-3.
97.
They are the results she's had, and she has survived match darts.
Well, we've spoken up a lot of players here, but I feel like we haven't spoken up James Hurrell enough. Now, he's had his first few
55.
PDC Pro Tour call-ups in 2023, and in every single event that he has played in on the Pro Tour this year, he has won his first round match. In his first call-up, he beat
140.
Ian White 6-5. He then lost to Gerwyn Price 6-5 with an average of 99.43. He played in Players' Championship 7 and Players' Championship 8.
43.
He won his opening game against Vincent van der Voort by 6 legs to 4 before proceeding to lose to Ross Montgomery 6-3. He then beat Alex Spellman in Players' Championship 8 in the first round before then going on to defeat against Andy Bolton, who, as we saw here at the Super Series, despite not having a
70.
tour card, is still one of the best players in the world.
That defeat of Ian White is looking pretty good at the minute. He is definitely on the
42.
comeback trail, which is fantastic to see. But he's been given a great deal of opportunity this year.
And
I say that loosely.
140.
Because every opportunity he has had this year, he thoroughly deserves. Call-ups to the PDC Pro Tour are
40.
only relevant because you have done well
James Hurrell 54.
on the Challenge Tour. Doesn't seem like much is going Lisa's way in this game.
34.
And the scoreline should tick over to 3-0 in due course. This time, he does not miss on the left-hand side of double 10. We just have a slight pause here. Just waiting for the scoreboard to tick along. What you see is what they see.
85. James Hurrell 20.
Now, for a moment, was he thinking about splitting that?
No score.
In my experience, I tend to look at the eyes of the player when they miss that double 10. Because I think for a second he was toying with the idea of 2-4-4. He may have been caught in two minds.
It was part of the issue because he was worried about going inside, because as our commentary colleague Corinne Hammond would say, double 4 is a very quick route to the madhouse. When he won the previous leg on double 5,
10.
he's going to have to wait and return if he's going to do likewise in this.
Is it easy of me to say that that statement, it's a quick route to the madhouse, is a little bit defeatist?
137. James
Everybody loves
Hurrell,
double
10.
4.
Obviously not Corinne. Ask her about that on Saturday night if you want.
I will ask her about that.
Game shown
But there is a somewhat prototypical repeat of what we've seen from Hurrell. A great use of the guide and a 3-0 lead. And he's not having to play well here. Lisa just losing her mojo a little bit. This happens now and again. It happened to Ryan Harrington yesterday in game 15 against Lisa.
35.
Sometimes there's no explaining something. It's just that the darts don't find the target that you're going for.
And look, sometimes those early mornings,
85.
it can at some point in the day possibly catch up on you, and it doesn't matter how well prepped you are, just sometimes that lag can just
50.
tick over.
Well, let me just give you an indication of how this can work in darts sometimes. Just a little over a week ago, I saw Matt Campbell of Canada average 48 on the Pro Tour, and we all thought, we hope he's okay.
42.
The next day, in his first match, he averaged 51 points more than that. Darts is a funny old thing. And just to take it another step closer
82.
to a bit of craziness, I remember when Andrew Gilding averaged 66 on the European Tour. He's the current UK Open champion.
Morning, Dan.
140.
Darts is hard. You know that tweet, or maybe it's just me that sees it every now and again. It says golf is hard, and it shows players shanking the ball and not getting it out of the bunker. Sport is difficult. It's hard. It's just that these
140.
talented players can make it look easy every now and again.
Hasn't been the easiest of wins.
42. James requires.
But Hurrell, okay, the scoreline would say 3-0, but he still had to work for. He's had to go through the gears. It hasn't been a classic Hurrell performance, but this double eight will see him over the line.
78. Lacey require 134.
Can she survive? Not on this occasion. And with Hurrell on double eight, you fear the worst.
54.
She lost to Hurrell yesterday by 4 legs to 3.
16.
It's more severe today. How does he find this? Has he got enough room?
Game shot.
You bet he has. That was a great shot from James to get a 4-0 win. And he goes back to third in the table now. And he's changed the leg difference picture massively because he's taken 4 legs away from Ashton and given himself a buffer now of 7 legs in that fight for the top half. Like you see, he didn't have to play his best stuff, but it was good enough to win match number 12. Match 13, which will start round 5, is just after this.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. Ryan Harrington, of course, given the Berry Vampire treatment last time out. You feel today has been a frustrating one for him, but for different reasons to yesterday as he struggled to find those levels that he reached on day one. As for Vincent, the story of his day has been getting close, creating problems for his opponents, but ultimately being unable to get over the line. Of course, treating us to a 1-3-6 out, having bust the checkout in the previous visit to force a decider. But like Harrington, still finds himself on 4 points coming into this one. To see which one of the two can get on to 6, here's Henry and Nico.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, this is an interesting game because we have places 5 and 6 up against each other now. And if they do harbour any ambitions of getting into the top 3 at the end of Wednesday, you sense a win has to be found here in game 10 of their campaign. This 22-year-old from Dunstable up against someone 10 years his senior. Sorry, Ryan, but facts are facts. And his nickname is the Animal. He's no Batista. Why is he called the Animal, Henry?
There is a great story behind this nickname. So, once upon a time, the PDC was sponsored by, let's say, a meat-based snack, which you could probably find in your fridge and you'll probably see in any supermarket around the country.
You won't find it in Abby's fridge. She's a vegan.
Most fridges.
Yeah, most, yeah.
First egg jack to throw
But
first.
he was dressed as a monster from that particular product, who were the sponsors of the Professional Darts Corporation at the time. And they did a challenge where fans could play
60.
the monster, and he was the guy in that costume.
Correct. Do you remember yesterday I said that Ryan Harrington has played on the Champions
59.
League stage in darts? That's what I meant. He was in costume. And I distinctly remember a year where he was up against a fan. And this fan,
60.
I think they were doing a 9-dart challenge. So this fan, with his last visit, hits a 140. And you think, Ryan's going to lose. But he's got this massive costume, which is
92.
probably twice the size of him. And he's still throwing decent darts. He needs to throw a 3-treble visit to win. And he throws a 180 in costume. That was unbelievable.
60.
Now, he might not want us to talk about this, but the fact of the matter is, he hit a 180 in fancy dress on the main stage, and he was under pressure to do it.
81.
That takes guts.
Some may say that's as much guts as doing some other things in sport. I love stories like that.
77.
That's a really good insight into what happens behind the scenes. And he has had 9
81.
darters in the Essex competitions as well, where he's from. He's not here purely because of name. He's here because he's very good
41.
and has been for years.
You only get to play at the Super Series if you're good enough.
I'll tell you one thing, if we had a golf competition between staff members and people who have graced the stage as a player,
23.
he'd be on the first page of the leaderboard. He's a very good golfer.
I think you'd be holding us together on the golf course.
I don't know, we've got a couple of guys in the production room who can swing a
85.
good club. I'll have Colin Osborne on my team. In fact, I'd have Ozzy on any of my
46.
teams.
Is there anything he's not good at?
118.
He's not very good at supporting Newcastle United because he's a Middlesbrough fan. Double top.
Game shot of
And
the first
Vincent
leg,
takes the
Jack
lead.
Vincent.
With a very good check out. He was dicing with missing the single there a little bit, but he does survive. And
Second
ton
Ryan
plus
to
checkouts
throw
seem to be
first. Game on.
coming his way all of a sudden after that 136 that Abby mentioned.
It's not been vintage, Vincent, but he's
86.
finding opportunities. If you look at his games today, apart from the 4-2 to start against Barry Van Peer, the rest have been 4-3. He's always been in and around, but he just hasn't been able to
100.
convert that final match dart.
If his nickname is the Animal, and he's been dressed on stage as a meat-based snack,
96.
what would he have as a walk-on? A walk-on song.
I suppose it'd have to be that Martin Garrix track, wouldn't it?
Please enlighten me.
It's a Martin.
100.
It's a garage tune. It's a garage
Oh,
banger.
no wonder I don't know it.
It's a garage banger. It's called Animals. Bit of a, there's a bit of a bass to it.
41.
Do, Do.
Henry, stop, please. I implore you. I might have to ask Abby this one. Because I'm sure there was a band in the 60s called The Animals. Maybe something by them. Or maybe something by
100.
Animal on Drums from Sesame Street. I'm just going down such a rabbit hole here. By the way, if you're curious as to what our host Abby Davis would have as a walk-on song, it's
31.
under absolutely no dispute. It would be Groove is in the Heart by D-Light. What do you think about that, Abby? I'll leave that with you.
96.
I can let you deliberate what yours would be. As far as Ryan's concerned, all he's got in his mind is trying to leave 107.
100.
He falls short.
Jack require 105.
Well, 118. He had that number. As for 105,
77.
he almost takes it.
Ryan require 147.
Jack couldn't find waves on the 105, and so Harrington 147 and frame.
I see what you did there. That was quite clever.
Ironically, the time was
115.
127 as
Jack
well.
require 28.
Double 14 to double the lead. Working his way in again,
14.
but not with success.
Ryan, you require 32.
That's not ideal. That makes it even harder.
7.
I don't blame him for going for that
Jack,
bottom
you
corner.
require
It's all he could
14.
see. He couldn't see anything else. He was shielded by his own equipment. That's not in the way. Neither's that.
7.
But the bottom left
Ryan,
corner
you require
has got a
25.
goalkeeper down there to stop these darts from getting into the segments that the players want. That was close to double 9. Nobody likes double 4.
17.
Maybe Corinne is right.
Jack, you require 7. No
Oh,
score.
wow, he's bust it.
Ouch.
Ryan, you
You
require
can't
8.
complete 1. That's why that's a bust shot.
Game show.
And that's well done to Ryan Harrington, because if he misses that, you know what's happening next. Vincent likes to bust a shot, then take the same shot in the next visit, but he doesn't get the next visit.
30 Jack to throw.
So am I
first.
correct in saying Corinne
Game on.
Hammond is wrong? There is someone that does like double 4.
Joe Cullen likes double 4. I think he likes it more than anybody.
47.
I think Ryan likes double 4, but let's face it, you don't really want to leave it too often. From shots like 68,
85.
you want to leave double 4. But predominantly, you want to leave things like tops, double 18 or double 16, double 12 potentially. They're
16.
primary doubles. Double 4 can be a primary double, but more often than not, it's a secondary or tertiary double. And if you don't know what I mean by that, did you not go to art class where we had primary colours, secondary colours and tertiary colours? It means first shot, second shot or third shot.
I can't talk about
99.
art class. The best ever grade I ever got in art class, I kind of cheated and got my mum to do it.
109.
Well, Ryan didn't get his dad to do that. He's just hit 6 treble 20s to leave 56. That's astonishing from Ryan.
45. Ryan, you require 56.
Double 12. You
He's on the
show
third
off,
leg.
Ryan. That's a
Ryan
brilliant
Harrington.
11 darter with 2 doubles. How often do you see that? An 11 darter with a double-double. That's a rarity,
Fourth leg, Ryan. to
albeit not
throw
on
first.
purpose.
Game on.
Shades of that 110, double 15, double 10.
Still the best shot of the week, that. That was brilliant.
58.
I love the inadvertent finishes. The unusual ones. Got to give him credit, though. It's not a great match,
40.
but that was a great leg. You just got the sense, because of their league position, that they could potentially struggle.
100.
And based on the evidence that we got from yesterday, Harrington averaged almost 63 in his final game yesterday. But you just get the feeling that the task of playing 5 games in a day, it is a discipline
95.
that doesn't come naturally to some people. And you do get the sense that Ryan is just warming to it a little bit better.
99.
By the time another group comes around, because, let's face it, he's not going to win this group. By the time everything is
60.
scrubbed for Thursday and Friday, he might just be in the kind of form that could see him through to Saturday. I'm not counting him out at all.
46.
This has compelling written all over it this week.
He left 306 earlier and left 170 from this position.
43.
Things are getting a bit erratic for Jack. And this is where Ryan's got to be ruthless.
43.
I wonder what the inspiration was for Jack for the red and white, by the way, because it seems to be quite
58.
important to him.
Ryan, you acquire 100.
Is it something to do with the football team? Or maybe something to do with his local area in Dunstable? I don't know a great deal about Dunstable, in fact.
96.
I just know that it used to have the head office of my old work about 20 years ago. Not very exciting at all. I'm sure Dunstable's a lovely place, by the way.
60.
Just say, be
Ryan,
careful
you
not to
acquire
make enemies
59.
too quickly.
Trust me, I've made plenty. Double 16.
27.
In all
Jack, you acquire
likelihood,
145.
he should be back. But this is a man who's taken a 136 today. You have to say that 145 is just a little bit more difficult.
57. Ryan, you
Because
acquire
you can't
32.
get the same treble twice for a double.
Game shot
That's
of
more
the
like
four
it.
by
3-1 Harrington. He's one leg away from finishing in 5th position in the table before we go into the last day of
Fifth
Group
leg
A.
Jack to Thoroughfares.
It just gives the winner a sneak of Group B qualification, or it does look as if it's going to be a battle between Ashton and Hurrell, although
140.
Hurrell's got to play Vampire next. Ashton takes on Taylor in the final match of the session. Of course, the fixtures will then be
134.
sliced and diced and cut in the middle to give as fair an allocation as possible going into the final days of action.
85.
And of course, those first few games can be so important.
140.
When you consider what Ryan's done in this leg, he might just be trying to draw a line under this. I would be saying to myself at the back of the stage right now,
100.
I've had enough of this game. Get it done. Just show yourself. It's not about your opponent. Show yourself
96.
what you want to see. Be a good self-motivator. It's a very strong statement for anybody who wants to be a dart player. And I'll tell you why. Because nobody's going to help you up there. You have to
125.
self-motivate.
Ryan, 131.
Two double tops. Fancied it. Really wanted to finish the
52.
day on a high.
Jack, you require 51.
May still have another leg or two to play if Vincent can convert this 51. It's going to be 2 darts at tops. He's
Game
only
number
going to need the
6
one.
Jack Vincent.
And there was just an expression and a look to the board as if to say, well, where has this been previously? He's still in the game at 3-2, but Harrington has the darts to get the job done.
He was like a Las Vegas magician there when he hit that tops. He went, ta-da! There it is. Just do yourself a favour, Jack. Don't make it disappear.
100.
Well, there's many a leg that we'd like to vanish.
Plenty.
45.
Plenty. Every player will have one leg, at least, that they'd like to vanish from their memory.
60.
I'm not going to think of mine because it'll take too long. But that's the point of this game. You have to make the leg vanish.
100.
And you have to make something appear. That little leg counter that you see next to the scores there, you want that to tick over. Ryan wants a 4. Jack wants a 3.
134.
Essentially, Jack wants what Ryan's got. I remember back at the first World Cup that we had in Houghton-le-Spring up in the northeast. We played a format that we didn't play much back then. It's called Mugs Away. If you won the leg, you'd go second.
97.
Every time you won a leg, you'd go second. It was weird.
What was it like for him first?
Didn't have to do it that much. Made the semis.
100. Orion, you require 110.
Or the match then. That's the second time he's hit a 1 at the end of a leg in a key spot. At least this time his recovery powers are better.
Jack, you require 160.
Well, he's already provided one big finish to save a match already today in the 136. Would he take out the 160 as a Hail Mary shot? Oh, again, he wasn't far away. But is it a case once again for Jack Vincent? Or so close yet so far?
16. Jack, you require 20.
You now have to respond to the RSVP, Jack. RSVP, yes. Ryan's hoping he isn't home. But he is home.
Jack Vincent.
And we are going to leg 7 again. It's been one of those days where we've seen plenty of legs. First game of the day involving Ryan Harrington. He lost 4-3 against Lisa Ashton. You get the feeling that has set the tone for his day just a little bit. This is the 6th time we've gone the distance today.
60.
Yesterday, once. That tells the story. There have been a lot of similarities today compared to Monday. Barry Van Peer has been the best
100.
player. He's had the best individual performance. He's still at the top of the table. Ryan Harrington won game 8 against James Hurrell, just like yesterday.
100.
This game is about fine margins. And Group A is about finding the best player over 3 days, not just one.
It is effectively the test match version of darts. Whereas in normal tournament play, it'd be decided in a day. All you have to do is play well one day and you're the victor. Here, you've got to play well over 6 and play a large multitude of matches. You can't go out swinging and trying to hit 6s everywhere. Sometimes you've got to block. Sometimes you've got to get the odd run here and there, get the odd 2 here and there and try and build up a tally, build up a total. And the theory isn't too dissimilar with this particular event.
$61.
You think about Lisa Ashton beating Jack Vincent as well. That was back in game 9. That was a game that Jack should have won.
139.
You sense that he might have to take this 140. It's very similar to the 136 he took earlier in the day. 2 of those. Well.
92. Ryan, you require 70.
Why did he go the 16s route? That one's puzzled me a little bit. And Ryan's missed a single to the right again.
Jack, you require 48.
Well, he went 16s for 80. And as a result of that, he's only going to get 2 darts for the match.
32.
And it's cost him. Tactically,
Ryan O'Quire, 32.
he did make an error. Does he pay the price?
No score.
He does not.
And so he gets a reprieve.
Jackie O'Quire,
Vincent
16.
for his first victory of the day. Having been put in this position 4 times today, a final leg decider. One left. And
Game shot,
Vincent
and the
is
match,
a victor
Jack Vincent.
in a last leg decider. He gets the better of Ryan Harrington by 4 legs to 3. And he gets a win on the board. It moves him on to 6 points. It means Ryan Harrington is going to be the player at the bottom of the group going into the final day of it. Vincent then over the line, both players missing handfuls of doubles, but the highlight being that 118 checkout for JV. Well, coming up after the break, Barry Van Peer is in action. He can move on to 18 points following 2 days play if he can get the better of James Hillbilly Hurrell.
Our penultimate game of the day then sees the star of Group A, Barry Van Peer, round off his second day of action. Last time out, of course, treating us to the performance of the week. An average north of 107, eclipsing his previous best from yesterday of a measly 104.5, with yet more marvellous finishing. Can James Hurrell get the better of him in this one to end the day 4 points behind the Dutchman in the table, heading into the final day of Group A action? You feel a win for Barry would make it very, very likely that we will be seeing him in finals night. And as we hand over to Henry and Nico, I'll just answer the question that they posed a little while ago. There was a band called The Animals in the 60s, and funnily enough, they had a song called We Gotta Get Out of This Place, which is exactly how everyone felt when Henry started to sing there. So back over to you now.
Never a truer word spoken, Abby. I knew we could count on you. And we are going to get out of this place after another 2 matches. Van Peer against Hurrell, and then Ashton and Jacob Taylor just to finish things off here on Tuesday. And then you will have to wait until 9:30 AM tomorrow local time to tune in for more live on Sporty Stuff TV and, of course, the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But another true statement from Abby Davis about Barry Van Peer is that if he wins, he will go 6 points ahead at the top of the table, and we'll hope that Ashton does him a favour.
First leg, Barry to throw first. Game on.
So far here in Portsmouth as well, we've only had 9 darters from one player.
100.
A player that our referee knows quite well, in Conor Heenan. I wonder how much longer that's going to continue. Or is somebody this week going to break Conor's streak? It'd be funny if it happened in this match.
140.
I promise you I don't have a crystal ball. But one thing I did have today, somewhat miraculously, is my tips from earlier.
60.
The accumulator of over 14 to 1 actually hit. You see? Some things can actually come true. 18 plus only, begambleaware.org. And please gamble responsibly. And if you did follow that ACCA,
85.
Congratulations.
Barrier require 121.
You're in the winner's enclosure. Something that this man has done quite a lot this week.
89.
That was almost a 1-2-1 to get started with a 12 darter. On himself hasn't exactly came up the trap slowly.
$60. Barrier require 32.
he's not going to get the same amount of points as yesterday.
Game shot of the first leg.
But he could get really close. 13 darts for the first leg. A win here would give him 8 points for the day.
James to throw first. Game on.
And a big win against Hurrell would give him the daily table title as well. Not that that really means anything, but for bragging rights, it'd be nice to win the table on Monday and Tuesday.
100.
He currently has 6 points for the day, the same as Lisa Ashton and Jake Taylor. And we know that somebody's going to get to 8 points for the day next.
24.
But before we get there, is Berry going to get to 18? His leg difference, as it stands in the whole group, is immensely impressive. Plus 23. We are going to be on leg difference record watch if he wins this match. We'll address that tomorrow.
First max of the match goes away at James Hurrell. And that's really just to keep him interested, because this man, he's going crazy. You talk about leg difference records. If he carries on this in this vein, we'll be talking about averages records. 13 could be swiftly followed by an 11.
42. Barrier requires 76.
Made us wait for it. But it is
60.
Oh, sorry, was double 8.
130.
Well, he's missed a dart now and back-to-back legs to finish in 12. I was on a finish after 12. He has to take the 130 to win it. He won't. And so Vampiro comes
90.
back for double 8 for back-to-back 13s.
What a marker that is.
Game shot
Wonderfully done.
Vampire.
If he is to break some sort of record, he's going to have to go great guns from here against Hillbilly.
Third leg Berry to throw first. Game on.
But that average record has stood since February 2021. We are running the risk of that average record of Jason Askew never being beaten. Don't get me wrong. You can beat it.
96.
But it's just very hard. In the time since that record
59.
of 118.66, I can only remember seeing in a game of best of 7 legs or better, somebody going over that number twice.
140.
Once was Luke Humphreys this year on the Pro Tour, 119.5. And the other one was Josh Rock last year against Brendan Dolan, 121
90.
and change. But in this venue, I just wonder if we are going to break that record. The venue record is 115.62. So that's 3
85.
points behind the overall project record.
However, in this leg,
39.
trebles have been hard to come by for Van Peer, and so Hurrell against the darts finally has an opportunity, and he himself hasn't been playing bad. His average is just ticking under 94. That's a scoring average because as of yet he hasn't been allowed an opportunity
60.
at the double, but a frustration there as he comes up dry from the well at that particular visit because he knows at some point Van Peer is going to click back into gear.
95. James, you require 120.
Double top.
100.
We've
Very
seen
low wire,
a 160 hit
160.
today and some close shaves on it as well. Boy, that was a good try.
85.
A really good
James, you
try.
require
There's an
20.
illustration by that camera angle just how upright his darts go on the board. He hits the 60 and he covers tops.
Game on the third leg, James.
But the third leg
Hurrell.
is covered by Hillbilly Hurrell. It's interesting that we pronounce it that way because
Fourth leg, James.
this was
to
well
throw
before you were
first.
born, Henry. I don't
Game
know
on.
whether that posters you as young or me as old. But there was a very famous sprinter back in the 1980s called Leroy Burrell. He was from the very famous Santa Monica
45.
Track Club, same club as Carl Lewis, who I'm sure you've heard of. But his name is pronounced Burrell. And it didn't have an E on the end.
105.
There's one of those 105 starts from Barry Van Peer, which I'm sure would be said the same throughout the world.
100.
Now, these two, in terms of the WDF rankings, well, James Hurrell is the world number 3, Barry Van Peer, the Dutch Open champion.
100.
Just wonder if we ever had a tournament, you know, where you pitted all the best players, say like almost like an amateur Grand Slam, where you had the 16 players, 16 best players, invitations from outside the PDC system. A, who you'd put in there, and B, would these two be in there?
97.
I think based on where they stand right now, they would be in there. I think if you win the Dutch Open, that's
95.
almost the equivalent of winning a major in the WDF these days. But don't forget that Barry Van Peer has not only won the singles at the Dutch Open, in previous times he's won the pairs as well. So he's done the Dutch Open double.
127.
Thibaut Tricot would have to be in that event. Bo Greaves would have to be in that event.
105.
Andy Bolton at the minute would have to
James
be in that
Hurrell,
event.
132.
What a guy. He's get the 57, James. You know you want to. Bullseye. Ooh, so close.
107.
Fancied
They
it.
require 96.
Couldn't ask for a better bouncer just over the top of the bullseye. Gonna go double-double. Are those darts going in more
56.
upright now than they
James
were
Hurrell,
earlier?
25.
Just wonder if he's starting to lose control of the dart as much as he had it the last couple of days. And we
James
have
on the
an even
fourth
game
leg,
at
James
2-2.
Hurrell.
That potentially a sign of tiredness, the way those darts are going in, because of the way it's being thrown.
Well, just look at him right
Fifth leg,
now. He was
Barry
rolling the
to
neck,
Hurrell
rolling the
first.
shoulders.
Game on.
He's not an old man by any stretch of the imagination. He's a young man. But this is a very hard discipline.
85.
These players sleep very well at night. Spend a lot of time on your feet, a lot of time thinking, practicing, honing your mental and physical skills.
63.
Think about those golfers at the weekend in Austin, Texas. You played on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
134.
And in the case of Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy, Sam Burns and Cameron Young, they played 4 rounds of golf in 2 days over the weekend. They'll sleep pretty well this week. And I know they've walked hundreds of miles in the end. But these guys do a lot of steps and a lot of thinking
96.
and a lot of throwing. It's tiring work.
Yeah, it's very easy when you do that much to end up in the land of nod.
81.
That's where you do some of your best work. It's called recovery.
58.
If you don't sleep well as a dart player, I'm afraid you're going to fall behind. Some of the best sleepers I've ever met are some of the most elite dart players. Michael van Gerwen is an unbelievable sleeper.
128.
Gary Anderson, great sleeper. Mark Webster, Olympian sleeper.
88.
Because they know how to switch off at the end of the day. If you can't do that, you're going to suffer.
Don't want to be laggy when the alarm clock goes off.
60. Barrier require 40.
Michael Smith, very good sleeper. Finds it very hard to get up in the morning, I'm reliably told. 3-2, Barry Van Peer. He'll sleep better tonight if he's got another 2 points in the bank.
You'll happily watch his hotel room episode of Catchphrase Barry Van Peer.
Game on.
It's better than Dickinson's Real Deal.
Yeah, it is. Remember the time when Rory McIlroy was late for his tea time at Medina in 2012? He had a police escort from his hotel to the first tee to take on, I think it was Bubba Watson.
180.
Well, that's a big drive from Berry. We might still get that 9-darter today from him, as he starts in perfect fashion here in leg 6.
May well be his last chance
22.
to treat us to a 9. Will you treat us to a 9? Okay, maybe he won't.
Asking too much.
Yeah.
134.
Maybe tomorrow.
But 5 big trebles at the start of the leg. That's good news. Best case scenario
16.
now, 18 points plus 25 in leg difference. Doesn't come much better than that. He's not going to get that record of 30 points. That is still not done.
78.
But he can still get to 28, like Osborne and Jim McEwen did, if he wins this game and all 5 tomorrow.
140.
Well, that 140 just keeps him on the periphery, but Van Peer now 6 darts for the match. You may only need this one at double 16. He's going to return.
In a super display, it has to be said. Another one of those mid-90s averages. His doubles are very proficient as well, just under 38%. He's just been too good.
Game shot.
And he is too good once again. Ends the match on a 13-darter. He actually began the match on a 13-darter as well, so he bookends it and gets himself to 18 points in the table with that 96.37 average, and his doubles percentage did improve just a little bit with that last dart as well at 44%. It's a sign that his scoring was really good because his highest checkout was only 40. We have one more match for you, and it will be Jacob Taylor of Canada anchoring things with Lisa Ashton here in Game 15 after this.
Lisa Ashton and Jacob Taylor complete our round of games today. The Lancashire Rose, of course, winning 3 of her 4 games so far today. She did drop off a little in her last match, but if she can re-find her form from earlier in the day to make it 4 from 5, she can end the day in double figures on 10 points. As for Taylor, a win here would put 6 points between himself in second and Ashton in fourth, so he'd really strengthen his chances of at least securing a Group B spot. Who will round off their day by going 4 from 5? Before we find out, let's reveal the answer to Henry's tungsten teaser. The question, of course, was name the 5 previous Super Series players to have the letter Z in their name, and we can now reveal that these are the 5: Mikuru Suzuki, David Wazuski, Ben Hazel, Franz Roach and Cameron Menzies. So well done to everyone who sent in the correct answers for that one. Nico, what did you end up with for that one?
I still remained on 2, but I have to give full props to Brian Roman, who tweeted in earlier, and he had 4. I got Varzewski and I got Suzuki. Didn't get Franz Roach. I definitely didn't get that. But that was a great teaser, Henry. You must be quite proud of that one.
They'll be back next Tuesday here at the MODUS Super Series. Well, yes, it will. Yeah, it will be back next Tuesday at the MODUS Super Series. Just double checking myself then.
Yeah, check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Jeez, do I need to do that?
Well, Ashton is in position in the table to be in Group C at this point in time. Jacob Taylor is in position to be in Group B on Thursday and Friday night, if indeed they can't make the top. If Ashton was to lose this game,
First leg, Lisa to throw.
it's all about
first.
position for her.
Game on.
But for Jacob Taylor, this is a must-win game. You don't want to be 6 points behind the leader going into the final day.
60.
I always say that this is a moving day and you must be in position to strike come Wednesday. So be within 4 points and take care of business in the first 2 rounds
83.
tomorrow. Get close. Give yourself a chance. Who's he got in the first couple of rounds tomorrow?
Jacob Taylor begins with Ryan Harrington, and then game 4
140.
is Berry Van Peer versus Jacob Taylor. Could all be done by game 4 tomorrow.
They could be level by then. So when it comes to Berry Van Peer, he's got James Hurrell first.
180.
So there is a possibility that they could be level come round 3 tomorrow, but that's only if Jacob beats Lisa.
45.
He's already got his first maximum in this match.
Well, he's got to win 3 on the spin so you can get to that possibility.
58.
And then hope Van Peer is beaten by Hurrell, which is a possibility.
25.
That happened a couple of times to her yesterday where the dart got intertwined with the flight a bit much. And it was annoying her a little bit as well. I'm not surprised.
100.
They're both using molded flight technology, which has become more fashionable over the last 4 or 5 seasons.
85. Jacob, you require 80.
Double top.
60.
It's a chance,
You require
but it's a very difficult one.
146.
Oh, we've seen her take out so many finishes like that, but it's not going to be out the Ashton
58.
textbook this time. And so Taylor
Jacob, you require
back for double
20.
10. Because of his proficiency on tops, we don't
He's
see him
on
go
the
for
first
this
leg,
often.
Jacob Taylor.
But when he goes for it, he does tend to get it. But then that's kind of been the story of him throughout the course of the week. Breaking the throw of Ashton in the opening leg, leading
Second leg,
1-0,
Jacob to
16
throw
darter.
first. Game
It's
on.
just efficient.
We've heard from some people over the last few months
180.
who say that playing the Super Series daily campaigns is bruising.
60.
Then there are some other players who say this feels easy compared to some of the other challenges. Hang on a minute, Jacob. What are you up to?
180.
There is a bit of a hush
81. Jacob, you require
over the live lounge.
141.
It remains a hush. What a typically Canadian reaction that was.
Okay.
Sorry.
100. Jacob, you
Well, it could be a
requires
10 darter.
16.
Double four.
Game
That's
shot
an
on the
11
second leg,
darter, and that
Jacob
did not take
Taylor.
long. That's a 2-0 lead. What was I talking about before he was on that 9 darter? I completely
Third leg
forgot.
Lisa
It doesn't
to
matter. Let's move on.
Rovers. Game on.
Oh, yeah, it was about players who think that this is easy compared to other things they do.
60.
German players who play in the PDC Europe Super League, which, trust me, is a very, very bruising schedule. CDC players who play in these really long
60.
tournaments. You just get the feeling that Jake Taylor is very comfortable with this schedule.
And playing at these times of days, because again, it's quite similar
100.
to how they would play the events in the CDC. And he's also going to be used to... I know this is more extreme than travelling to America. I get that. But from where he is, it's a long way away from where most of those CDC events are. So he's used to that long travel. He's used to having to sacrifice a lot to go and attend events. For a lot of players, this will feel different. This probably feels like just another week in the darting life of Jake Taylor.
Very good point, actually. From where he lives in Canada,
140.
he's 2 flights away from anywhere. Unless he's playing an event in Halifax, Nova Scotia, which is just a 1 flight.
85. Jacob, you require
Wallflowers Cove, Overton.
161.
There probably is one. Bullseye. Good leave.
125.
You know things are going your way when you miss the bullseye and leave double 18.
42.
A little bit of
Jacob,
mini
you
exasperation
require
there from the
36.
4-time world champion. She could well be 3-0 down, but that's tricky. Got to go low here. Oh, that's a
Game
great
shot the third
dart.
leg, Jacob Taylor.
His darts go flat, so he couldn't see the top half of that double 18. That was a special shot from a player who's trying to
Fourth leg,
deny
Jacob
Lisa
to
Ashton
Hurrell
8
first.
points for the day.
Game on.
And it is an imperiously good performance from Taylor so far in this game. Oh my word, he's continuing in this vein. The average is 112.2. He's had 4 maxes in this match.
45.
Could you finish the day, Jacob, in the best, perfect possible way? It was worth teasing for a second, wasn't it?
41.
That's actually his worst visit of the match, scoring-wise. The average is now dramatically sank
60.
to 107.75.
$125.
Left himself a finish after 9. In pretty much every single leg in this match.
190.
Ashton can
Jacob
just do
require
nothing in response. She piles in a
155.
max, but even still, it's 6 and 155 for the match.
57.
What a way to end the day. Jacob Taylor be hoping he could play another one after this. That's the vein of form he's
58.
been in this one.
Jacob, you require 98.
To complete a nigh on perfect performance at the end of the day.
58. Alicia require 158.
Tops after 15. Ashton is back for 158. And this is to stay in it. And it ain't gonna go. And so, Jacob Taylor returns to
44.
tops
Jacob, you require
take
40.
the points and to finish
Game shot.
with an
and a match,
incredible
Jacob
performance. 103.66 is the end average as Jacob Taylor finishes the day with a statement of intent. Beating Lisa Ashton to 0, threatened a 9, threatened everything in that game, getting the better of Lisa Ashton by 4 legs to 0. Jacob Taylor is 4 points behind Barry Van Peer. He keeps the pressure on him at the top of the table, but once again, it's been Barry who's been very impressive. He's the table topper One final thing for us to do today, that's to get the thoughts and analysis of Paul Nicholson, who's up on the balcony having a chat with Abigail Davies.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, H. Another three-figure average to round off the day's action. Really impressive from Jacob Taylor that he's come here on debut, not at all fatigued towards the back end of a day's action. That's really impressive, isn't it?
It is, and I think one of the reasons for that is what Henry was talking about in that final game, that this is just another tournament where he's had to travel a long way to get here, so it will feel very normal for him. I think the company is slightly different because he's playing against some of the elite players in the second tier of the game. But I think what we found in Jake Taylor is something very, very good. He reminds me of Raymond Smith a little bit in that he's just so efficient and that his bad games aren't that bad and his good games are really good.
Yeah, someone else you can say that about when we have a little look at the league table. Barry Van Peer, top on 18 points, and just look at that legs difference column as well. It really is spectacular. Would you say he is one of the most complete players we have ever seen here at the Super Series?
I like Barry Van Peer for a lot of reasons. I think he's just in a really good place at the minute. Secondly, I just get the feeling that he likes being creative. He likes to just do things his own way. He did go for that 1-2-4 with two treble 14s. I just knew he'd do it at one point. But the problem that everybody else has got, more specifically Jacob Taylor, is that the lead of 12 legs right there is the equivalent of another 2 points. So technically, he might only be 4 points ahead, but it's more like 6.
Absolutely. How do you think James Hurrell will be feeling after today's action? Because he's not really performed as well as perhaps he did when he was feeling unwell yesterday.
It's weird like that sometimes, isn't it? I think at times he's played some great stuff. His doubling has impressed me even more today than maybe it did yesterday. I know his stats were better yesterday, but he's still brilliant on that double top bed. If he leaves it as much as he has done and gets more opportunities towards the end of the week, I think we're going to see James here on Saturday.
How do you think Ryan Harrington will reflect on his Group A campaign so far?
I think he'll look at the glass half empty as opposed to full, and he's got every right to do so. I don't know what he's got on James Hurrell, though. He seems to like playing him in the middle of the campaign, but he's got to beat more than James Hurrell this week if he's going to have success, but he will be disappointed so far.
Is Barry Van Peer your player to qualify through now?
I think he will. It does depend on the first couple of rounds of matches on Wednesday. We know that Taylor's got a chance to catch, but he's got to do something he hasn't done this week, which is beat Barry Van Peer.
Yeah, and Barry Van Peer, we know how he responds to defeats now. He just goes and averages 107, doesn't he? So we will find out tomorrow whether it is the Dutchman who will become the first player through to finals night this week. Make sure you join us for another thrilling session from 9:30 a.m.